pretty well. How's it going, Howard? Walter?
All good.
Hey, how are you, Richard? And how are you, Howard? Are you okay?
All good,
Yeah.
thanks.
All good this side. Right, so let's kick things off. To all our viewers, thanks for joining from the streams that we're streaming on. Again, if you've got any questions during the session, please drop them in the chat, and they'll be more than happy to answer that for you. Right, I don't normally get started or get going until about the 9:30 a.m. mark. So if you guys have anything to show us there, please do, and let's kick the session off.
Yeah, happy to dive in with a bit of crude oil. It's not usually my main market, but there is a specific setup in play there which has kind of drawn me to it. Let me present the screen.
There we go. Coming up.
So it should come through shortly. So yeah, just kicking it off with that's the weekly. So we had the descending triangle breakdown on the weekly chart. So quite a powerful backdrop there. I think negative backdrop. So there was the big breakdown on that week. These are weekly candles. We had a bit of a snapback after the initial move down, and then we've come back to kind of retest the broken support level here. So we've this week we're kind of struggling to get back above that line. So I think there are a lot of trap buyers above this line here, above the it's around what 65 or so, depending on which kind of contract or CFD, whatever it is you look at. But the broken support level that comes in all these months, there are many people I think trapped above this line. So zooming into more the daily. So we've had this kind of corrective rebound, in my opinion, corrective. This was the turnaround in the stock market and the currency markets on the kind of the not so bad news out of the tariffs, etc. So it kind of everything was in free fall, and then it kind of stopped the decline. But since then, we haven't really made a whole bunch of progress above that initial bullish candlestick there. So we've made almost like begrudging progress into new highs for this recovery. But again, we are struggling below this major break point here. So I think yesterday we had an outside session, engulfing session on the candles, a bearish outside bar if you're looking at bar charts. So I think that has kind of killed off the recovery. And that just maybe the bears are coming back in after this recovery. Going further into it on the intraday charts, I think in Elliott terms, because I know I look at Elliott wave. Sometimes it gives me some pretty good setups. We have the first leg up, which is for me an A leg, and then a B wave correction of it, and then a 5 wave move up for the C leg. So I think we've completed a zigzag, a bearish zigzag, ultimately a bearish zigzag. So A, B, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for wave C. So the first leg down of the new bearish sequence. Second wave correction, I think, is topping out in this region here. So I've taken a short position. We're actually right at where I sold it, so we're kind of at my entry price, and looking for this thing to excuse me, to kind of topple down, maybe make a bit of a head and shoulders on this intraday chart. We break through the yesterday's low, then away we go. So I guess it's a little bit speculative in that I'm expecting the thing to top out in this band of resistance here. There's a good band of resistance that comes in on the intraday chart. So yeah, that's really my kind of current big trade. I'll come back a bit later on to the FX stuff, but that's kind of where I am right here, right now. Walter, do you have anything on right now?
Are you expecting to hold it for a while, Howard? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Are you expecting to hold that position for a while?
This one, no. Ideally, I'd like to see it come back down to, I guess, below 60, 59, gotcha. That kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not going to hold it for new lows. I'm going to hold it really for a good push down, and then maybe look to play it as the decline unfolds, if it unfolds as expected.
Awesome. Walter, you up next?
Yeah, so right now what I'm looking at for gold, I'm actually currently long. So just to give you an idea of what my entry was, there is another opportunity that potentially is forming now in the New York Open. But my first long was right there, stop below the low. And I'm basically just looking to take this trade back to this the high of Asia, right? So this is the highest point that was created just before the London Open. There is a possibility the market could rally even higher, right? To 3,386. But for now, I'm just playing this conservative. But there's just a general idea behind this long, of course. So on the daily time frame, right, we've seen obviously the gold as rallied for quite a few days, and then we've sort of had 2 days of the market falling. Now, although the market has currently traded into a daily buy side target. So this is a daily imbalance. So there's a drawn buy side liquidity. So at this point, my expectation is the market will run. Sorry, not buy side, sell side, right? So this is market has run into a daily sell side pull. So from sell side, I'm anticipating a run towards some sort of buy side liquidity, which would be a prior high or an imbalance. Right now, so when I don't know what's oh, that's why.
Sorry, you're dropping a little bit there, Walter. Freezing up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, looks a bit frozen.
Yeah.
So yeah,
come up now. There we go. Walter, can you hear us? You're freezing up there. Yeah, Walter is MIA for a few minutes, or a few seconds, hopefully, rather. Oh, he just dropped off quickly.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so he's looking at gold.
Yeah, he's looking at gold. So maybe while he reconnects there, I'll quickly run through my charts if that's okay.
Go for it.
All right. Let me just share my screen. It should come up now. There we go. All right. So as always, just trading my morning liquidity sweep strategy.
Hey guys.
There you go. He's back. Walter, can you hear us? He's having connectivity issues.
Oh, hey,
I would maybe just drop him a message there while I just go through my charts here in the chat there, if you don't mind, and just say like I'll go through mine quick, and then maybe once he's reestablished his connection, he can just go ahead again. Please, sir.
Got it. Okay.
All right, so we're looking here at the NASDAQ 100. Again, I do trade this liquidity sweep strategy on the NASDAQ, WTI crude oil, as well as the S&P 500. So prices now entered into my trading window that spans between 9 and 11 a.m. We've had a move upwards here during the overnight session. Current low for the day is at 18,482. And I'm pretty much waiting to see if price can take out one of these lower highs to the upside. And then I'll be waiting for potential reversal downwards. Switch to a 1 minute time frame. If we get a break of structure, then I'll wait for imbalances, or as we also call them, fair value gaps, to use as my trade locations. All right, so prior to obviously this decline, we had a very nice downwards move here yesterday, right sort of towards the end of our session, the morning session, again within my time window, and a very, very strong decline to the downside. We had a bit of a what looks like a triangle to me over here. Let's get rid of that. Something like that. And then obviously another decline into today's low for the time being, right? So just looking from a Elliott wave perspective, this could potentially be an A, B, C. right? So my bias is rather bullish for the day. But then again, if all of my steps that I do follow fall in place, I'll also be willing to go short. So I'm not really too worried about what my bias or my expectations are. I'd rather just follow the strategy to the T. It's what I find works best for me. Right. Then we're also looking at the S&P 500. Same thing, made a low during the morning session or overnight session, 5,326. Price came very close to breaking the current high of the session, which is at 5,381. Again, so if we can see or get a break above this level or any one of these lower highs, followed by reversals, I'll switch to 1 minute time frame, which is my trader entry time frame in all these markets. Crude oil, same thing, sort of been moving a little bit to the upside, but as Howard pointed out, and I have to agree with him, I think that we could potentially head lower here on crude oil. That being said, price will need to potentially take out just these current highs that formed right before that 9 a.m. mark, then get some weakness or show me some weakness, a reversal lower, again follow my break of structure procedure, as well as that fair value gap that I'll hopefully get and use that as my trade entry. Then I'll also follow a little bit of a different strategy. It's very simplistic in nature, but it's been working quite well here on the NASDAQ. And what I'll do here is wait for the 9:30 a.m. mark. That's when obviously the equity markets open. And I'll wait for the first 15-minute range, ever high or low or tight that might be. As soon as price then breaks on the 5-minute out of that 15-minute range and actually closes above or below that range on the 5-minute, then that could potentially be the direction I want to trade in. I'll then switch to a 1 minute time frame, see if I can get in as quick as possible after a close on the 5-minute above below that range. Obviously now we won't know what that range is going to be, and then aggressively manage that position on a 1 minute time frame. So it's a bit more of a scalping technique here. So you've got to be really quick, sort of trailing your stop. And I don't use targets on this strategy, but rather use either fair value gaps that form in my direction and place my stops below them, and try to see if price, once it gets going very nicely, if it can get a nice runner out of that. So that's what I'm looking at here on the NASDAQ on the range breakout strategy. Again, I'll have to wait till 9:45 for this. So in the meantime, I think Walter is back. He could just take over.
Yeah. Hey guys.
And I'll keep an eye on these charts. If anything sets up, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It felt like I got kicked off, and then yeah, and then when it came to, I was like, oh, I'm not there anymore. But all right. So yeah, just back on this, because now actually the opportunity is about to go. But I was just what I was about to touch on is long opportunity for gold in New York session. So the general idea, again, price had taken out sell side on the daily. So seeking some sort of buy side, with the next strong buy side being the swing high that was created within the session. And then after this, if price were to break this high, the only other area of sort of buy side resistance, because it's a very balanced market in this drop that took place yesterday. So above that point is this fair value gap there. So so this is the most reasonable target. There is a likely the market could take out this high, and there we could see a continuation to the downside. But obviously price were to give a very strong break above this high, then it could retest and then rally to the next point of buy side. So that's the general idea behind why I'm simply just aiming for the day's high as my target. There's also a secondary target here on the 1 hour. So this is another high that the market could react. But this range, in my view, is the most reasonable area to take profits if you are currently buying gold. Anything above that is going to be a risk of you getting out of the trade without making any money. So with regards to the opportunity itself, I look at the 15 and the 30. So 15 and 30 are very clear bullish cycles right now. So this morning, the market did give that rally, completing a bullish cycle, which was a reversal move counter to the trend, the bearish trend that took place on Tuesday going into Wednesday. So this could be the beginning of a new move to the upside. This could just simply be a short-term reversal, and then we could see a potential decline again. Right now, it could go either way in the current market conditions. But what I can see very clearly is that there is a new intraday bullish cycle with a bullish break of market structure taking place right there. And then, of course, there's that secondary high that I always look for. Area of interest to go long is, of course, going to be this range. And within this range, we, of course, have our fair value gap, right? So, again, just these is a really good place to enter. Market has traded a little bit below that point, so you could even get a better entry from there. But what I was focused on earlier for more refined entry was this short-term low that was created in London session. So I was basically anticipating at that point, market price was around here. I was anticipating the market to sweep below this low, and then from there we could see a reaction. That's pretty much what has happened. So if you were early, you could have potentially gotten that trade from sort of like below that low. Stop goes below the low of this order block. But obviously, like if you miss this, that the next best entry is basically where price is, or you could wait for price to trade back into this order block for a more safer entry. And if the moment price closes back in the order block, let's say under 15 minutes time frame, that will be a much safer entry. Okay. But assuming you get into the market now, stop goes below the low to the initial high that I said, you know, you're looking at a 112.6. If you were to go to that extended high on the 1 hour time frame, you're looking at like a 123, 124 risk reward, which for me it's very decent after for this kind of trade. So that's what I'm looking at for gold anyways in New York session. So potential continuation of this potential bullishness again. At this point, it's simply a waiting game. And then for Bitcoin,
sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I've got a bit of a counter view to that. It's been quite rare that I've been kind of like bullish on dollars and bearish on gold, but I think we're in a bigger correction. Personally, I think we need to see an extension down.
I mean, in the long run, I do see the potential of a extended correction. Absolutely, there's a possibility of that. Hence why this potential bullish move that I'm taking, I'm not looking to like take this all the way to this high. It's simply just taking it to the most recent high within the current range that price is in, if it does go that far up. But yeah, like I'm definitely considering a good possibility that price could keep on declining to the downside.
Okay.
Gotcha. Any other viewpoints on this?
No, I'm sort of in agreement. I also think that gold has potential to move lower, but this probably is not, well, still potentially an incomplete bounce to the upside. That's what I'm treating. So it's incomplete bounce to the upside, exactly that. All right, so with Bitcoin to the dollar, so this has actually come back down, so now is even a better opportunity to enter and trade that rejection to the upside. But yeah, with Bitcoin dollar, so this one has been pretty interesting. So again, just that bigger picture viewpoint. It's again, my analysis on this has been pretty much consistently the same for the past few weeks. So again, my view is Bitcoin was down here when I gave this initial analysis that it's likely that we're going to see a move towards it. So initially there were two different targets. The first target was these relative equal highs, and if it were to break that high, it would take out this high. If it were to break that high, it will most likely go for the high of the range. So in a single move, Bitcoin essentially took out all these buy side targets, and it's now edging towards that sort of like final objective that I'm aiming for at 95. So, but it is important to just like have the bigger picture, because right now a lot of people are like, oh, it's the recovery, it's the bull market has started again. Like, no, it's not. If the market were to break outside of this range and give a very strong close, then yes, there is a likelihood we're looking at a new bull cycle that we could see Bitcoin trade into the 110K levels. But for now, price is still within a range. It's still stuck in this range, right? So I'm very curious to see how price reacts around this high. We could just simply see price tap that high, and then immediately we see an aggressive pullback into the range, or we could see a full break above, and then at that point, yes, then I'll be a lot more committed to
to a new bullish market. But that is the daily picture for now, anyways. On the 4-hour time frame, so again, the most recent move has been the move to sell side liquidity pool, right? So actually, no, I do apologize. Preceding the most recent move, we saw a move towards sell side liquidity pool. And then today, we saw that price went from that sell side pool, which is this prior low that was created earlier this week, and went into buy side pool, which is this fair value gap. So again, it's the logical sell side to buy side to sell side. That's generally how price flows. So now that obviously we're in buy side, the question is, are we going to see some sort of reaction and a further decline into more sell side below, or are we going to see a bullish break above this buy side pool, and then we could see a retest of a new sell side pool, and then after that we could see a bounce, a continuation to the upside? Well, the answer to that question for me is rest on the cycle that is taking place on the 30 and the 15-minute time frame. So right now, I mean, today was the end of a bearish cycle. So this kind of like started last night where the market gave that second move, traded into this order block, held its level until today, Asia session. We saw that move to the downside. London open, we saw that continuation. The market took out this low, completing that third leg. At this point, the market is obviously contracted, and we've seen a bullish break of structure to the upside right there. So this is the initial high. The market has broken above this high. So what I'm now waiting for is the formation of a swing high, right? So next candle needs to form a higher high, next candle a lower high. At that point, that will confirm this as a new bullish cycle. Area of interest is going to be this order block. I've been anticipating a retest of this order block and then a continuation thereafter. Okay, so that's that for this one. Now, if I took a look on the 15-minute time frame as well, it's pretty much the same picture or similar picture. So full bearish cycle to the downside. We saw an extended leg, which is nice. And then after that extended leg, let's say 1 second. The market came back up, breaking structure to the upside. So that's the initial leg. And then after that, the market created a new high right there. Just making sure. Actually, no. So this was the new high. Market then traps above that high and then creates that third high right there. Mm-hmm. Perfect. So what it looks like now is it looks like on the 15 minutes time frame, we're at the end of a sort of like a micro, smaller bullish cycle. That price is now taking out this prior high. It's obviously looking to trade into this fair value gap as well to rebalance the books. So I do see the end to 15 minutes bullishness. And on the 30 minutes time frame, I do see the potential beginning of a new 30-minute cycle. So this is how it usually plays when I see something like this. So after this happens, obviously there's going to be some sort of a reversal. That reversal most likely would take place. We'll see price trade into this like order block down here. So the market could give a very aggressive move to the downside into this order block. That will coincide with the 30 minutes retest of that bullish order block, where the market will then continue the third leg. So there is a bit of a misalignment right now between the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame. But what will create an alignment will be after that 30-minute swing high forms, the 15-minute reversal happens. Unlikely the market will take out a short-term low. So two lows to obviously pay attention to is this low at 92.444 and this low at 92.286. So these are two lows of interest, and even the low of the order block as well. So essentially the market will take out a singular low or a series of lows. And then after taking out this series of lows, that's when I will be anticipating a bullish continuation to the upside. So for now, again, it's a waiting game. We could see this entire structure forming over the next hour or two in New York, or we could just see the market hold its level. And then tomorrow's session, well, Asia is for me tomorrow. Obviously, if you're in New York, Asia is still the same day. Then Asia session, which is evening in New York time, we could be seeing the sort of like the beginning of that continuation taking place. So that's what I see for Bitcoin dollar for now anyways. I am anticipating a bullish cycle to take place. And of course, we could see price obviously trade into that final high right there. All right, so this daily high is my next target for price at what price is that? $95,128. So there's a lot of room from where price is to where that high is. So yeah, so it's let's see what the potential RR could be. So let's imagine price trades all the way down here. We can get a good entry in the order block, stop goes below the low. Yeah, to that eye, we're looking at a 124 RR, which is very, very good. So
nice.
I'll be very happy if I can get a very nice entry in this area.
Cool.
Yeah. Good. Well, good. So that's it for me, guys. So so that's my update on both gold and Bitcoin.
Right, do you want to get into some Forex there? Do you have something to show us?
Yeah, I can sort of run through. Yeah, let's just go through some of these majors. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, so kick it off with euro dollar. So weekly chart first of all. So obviously a big run. This week so far, although it's still a bit early-ish in the week. Well, it's not the end of the week just yet, but we're seeing a long upper shadow on the weekly candlestick, having basically taken out this swing high. So I think what we're doing is we're in a bit of a corrective phase, perhaps a little bit similar to this one we saw here after that last big thrust higher. Maybe 3 weeks kind of narrowing ranges just to unwind it. But for me, the big picture is still very, very bullish, extremely bullish for me. This is the start of a big multi-year upcycle in euro dollar, down cycle in dollar index. So I think, as I say, what we're doing is we're just correcting this last move higher. 1, 2, 3 green weeks. The fourth one it pushed higher, but then it came back again. So it's getting a little bit overextended, I think, on a short-term basis. So into the next week or so, I think a little bit more downside pressure before we can think about buying into it for the next move to new trend highs. On to the day we saw a couple of days back is the end of the extended third wave from here. Was it 102.10.11 or so? 102.34. 1, 2, 3, and I think we're in a kind of a choppy fourth wave correction of this entire move up. So we're basically in a range bound environment, but for now, I think the bias is to the downside, so that we see a bit more corrective weakness to unwind it. So it's I think it's going to be like nothing to see here for a while in terms of headline news. The dollar falling out of bed, that kind of thing. It's just going to be it's back to kind of neutral for the time being, and people's attention will be focused elsewhere. But in terms of trading opportunities, I think time after this double top completion, and I think we're in this kind of mini downtrend on the intraday charts. So yesterday we saw like an ABC bounce, A, B, and C, a three-legged rally, and then we've broken down in 5 waves, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then it looks like we're kind of headed higher in 3 waves. So I think we need to see the breakdown through the trend line, through the reaction low, and that for me would be the next opportunity to have a crack at the downside once we can get euro dollar back down. I guess 113.5, just below that. Then I'll be happy to have a crack at the downside, just to take the steam out of this recovery. So yeah, that's essentially where I am on kind of the, I guess you could call it short term, as in the next couple of days. That's my short term. Just looking for it to head down a little bit, just to unwind the overbought condition of that big run higher on the weekly chart.
Gotcha.
So that's euro dollar. A similar story, obviously, with cable sterling dollar, where we have rejected on the weekly from, comes in at 134.34 or so. So yeah, so this is the kind of the bull market, big pullback, V-shaped reversal, and then we had that that rally. Then we had the volatility up, long upper shadow, down, long lower shadow, and then new highs. So all kind of bullish action as far as I'm concerned. But we do have that rejection from the big resistance level. That's the first wave up within this new up cycle. That's the second wave down, and we're kind of in the early stages of a third wave, which should take us much higher, in line with that very powerful rally in euro dollar. But in the short term, I think we're in that kind of chop phase where maybe we just need to see it a little bit lower, 132, maybe 131.5 or so, that kind of thing. Just a bit of a three-legged decline, just a corrective decline before we can start to see the next big push higher. But I think we've got a little bit overextended. I mean, how many green sessions were there in a row here? Quite a few. You don't tend to see that. You don't tend to see that too often. Nice to see two-way. Yeah, we're back. I think we're back. So nice to see a little bit of two-way activity for a change on this market, so we can play it both ways, really. So my bias for the next move, I suppose, would be to the downside, down, corrective rebound as with euro dollar, back down to retest the lows. I think that's an impulsive move down, and here we are kind of like retracing it quite deeply. As with euro dollar, I'd like to see it come back into this range, break this little trend line, just to confirm that we've seen the end of a corrective bounce. It may be a bit risky having a crack at it at this stage. I'd rather see it start to nibble down and just prove that it's run its course. And then I think once we're back down, I guess what, 32.80 or so, once we're through there, then we can really have a go at it and look for new lows. So that's really where I kind of stand on that one. Any thoughts on that, on those two guys?
Yeah, I also think a bit extended there on the pound US dollar. Also, maybe time for a little bit of.
Yeah, I'm really surprised how much the pound dollar has been rallying these past few days. I mean, I did think it was overextended a few days ago, and then it only kept on pushing higher and higher and higher.
Yeah. It's one of those ones where it's because I think it's in a third wave, and when markets are in third waves, they really just go without, you don't see the pullbacks that you'd normally expect. So I think that's really what we're doing. But finally, we're seeing a bit of a correction. So I guess a little bit lower would be nice, and probably 132, a bit lower than that, and then that would be a good place to have a crack at going long, I think. So okay, so that's where I am on those two majors. Dollar yen, I guess a similar kind of picture. If we go to the weekly, the swing. So we've got the swing low from the major, the all-time, well, not the all-time high, but the major high, that comes in at what, 139.58 or so. And this leg of the decline is getting a little bit overdone, and we're starting to find a bit of support, bit of short covering in that zone. Also the old support level here in the previous bull market. So there is a key area at which the market is trying to base, I think. But it's only natural, I think, after these kind of three consecutive big down weeks. So it's not too surprising to see some sort of sideways higher action, I think, after that.
I think once it's clear that one sort of 140 level, it's gonna probably move fast.
Yeah, I think it's just one of these kind of temporary little recoveries, perhaps a bit like this one, where we saw a couple of weeks high, 2.5 weeks higher, and then it turns. So it could be something like that, where we just take out the last remaining shorts before it goes down again.
Yeah, I mean, it could be short, like the early phases of a third wave could be go like 1-2s, 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 like really powerful. But it really needs to not make its way back up there.
So I think that's what we're up against with this thing. I think this is really Yeah, we don't want to see it really overlap the that first wave down. I don't think it's got to be kind of topping out around here for this thing to. But yeah, just in terms of the structure, the impulsive move down there and a clear ABC rally here. That was the dead giveaway for me. Once we started breaking down here, it was like, okay, A, B, and C, and that's the end of the bear market rally. And then here we are back down at just testing the bottom of wave one. So yes, sideways to maybe marginally higher over the next few days, just to unwind it before we can have another crack at the downside on that one. Just onto the daily. So we have on the daily. So I've got a bit of an area, a kind of target area for this corrective bounce, kind of in the 144s really. This kind of region here. We've got some broken support, some minor resistance there as well. So it wouldn't surprise me to see this thing up here before it can curl over and resume the bear market. So that's that one. Moving on to, let's have a look. Our friend the Aussie. Aussie and CAD, they sort of did their own thing for a little bit. A bit like the cable advance, where we saw like several sessions of one-way traffic on the daily chart, and now we're starting to see a little bit of corrective activity on Aussie dollar. So this is kind of what I think sterling is doing against the dollar, just this kind of big ramp higher, and just a little bit of two-way chop. But eventually, I think we base out, and then we start to resume the new bull market. And I think Aussie is in a new bull market because it kind of bucked the trend from euro dollar and cable and dollar yen. It really didn't want to go up when the other markets were flying. It really just kind of almost like begrudging. I mean, to be honest with you, I was quite bullish on it during this consolidation. But the initial news from Trump on the tariffs, that saw the big move higher in euro dollar in cable, but paradoxically Aussie and Kiwi fell out of bed, which you don't usually expect that when euro dollar is flying, kind of thing. But it did it for a couple of days, and now it's kind of swung back into line. So I think we're seeing a broad-based dollar decline. But for the time being, just over the next couple of days, I guess 2 or 3 days, we're just going to see some sideways chop.
I mean, also just Aussie and Kiwi, I see that it's bank holiday, Anzac Day in both New Zealand and Australia today. So,
okay, so quiet anyway.
Yeah.
But longer term, bigger picture, it's that to me looks like a major low on the longer term charts. If we just get onto the onto this one. This is kind of bigger picture on the Aussie. So there's the kind of spike low in the COVID low, then the big recovery, and then this kind of choppy decline. I think this is a corrective pullback, like a second wave or a B wave after this impulsive move higher. So it's very begrudging and choppy. It's not really in a massive hurry to make new trend lows. So it could be one of those kind of B wave corrections where it's like a retest of the previous low, and then up it goes. And it wouldn't surprise me to say that this is the ultimate low here, corrective low for the whole thing, because we've broken through this support line and gone back above it basically. So you can imagine a lot of people would be stopping themselves out and maybe even going short on this breakdown. But not a good idea in retrospect, I don't think. So that's kind of where I am. Same kind of story with euro dollar, with cable, with dollar yen, sort of sideways higher for the dollar for the time being, but ultimately I think the dollar reassert its trend once we've had. Okay.
How are you breaking up, David? Can you hear us?
Yeah, breaking up just a little bit.
Hand it back. Yeah, I think we're back now. Yeah, sorry.
There we go.
Okay. Anything you seeing, Richard, on your NASDAQs?
Yeah, let me quickly switch over. Getting a very strong push up here on the NASDAQ and on the ES. So we'll just switch to the liquidity sweep strategy here.
Yeah, so after your, as you say, you saw the ABC decline, wasn't it? The ABC down.
Yeah, that does look like an ABC to me. I'm just a bit wary now. Price is here in a fair value gap that formed and wasn't tested during this way to the downside. If this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then potentially this could still be the third impulsive wave. I'm just worried, if I want to trade this strategy, by the way, this was the range. The high end of the 15-minute range at about 18,848, low end at 18,735. There was even a fair value gap that formed prior to, that breakout. Now, what I generally would like to do is see a 5-minute candle close outside of that range, which it did to the upside, give me a little bit of a pullback, and then get into it. But I'm a bit in two minds of taking a trade here, although I'll probably take a stab at it with maybe one lot or so. Just because we've also got a fair value gap here. So if price can just give me a little bit of retracement, get into that fair value gap. It's not really a necessity with a strategy for a fair value gap to form, but it's just because I'm looking at this other chart here, price being in that fair value gap, it has cleared it now. So, maybe that's now, done burgers. Get rid of it. But obviously, before price actually reached that, we already had that little breakout. So I'm wary if I trade with a strategy that I don't want to trade into obvious resistance or support if I go to trade to the downside. So that's what I'm looking at here currently on the NASDAQ. It is piquing my interest, still very strong to the upside. So we can get a little move lower, then I'll probably just start placing a limit order here anyway. Let's do that. Buy limit order. And we'll send that and attach stop loss. And the stop loss will go below the first candle of that fair value gap. If you just trade it without the fair value gaps, in this case, like I mentioned, a fair value gap just happened to be there, then where did that go now? Stop loss. There we go. Then if I can get into that, then I'll switch to the 1 minute time frame and I'll show you guys how to manage this trade if I do get fooled. Crude oil quickly. It almost made a little bit of a double top here as price entered into my time window, but since it's been moving slightly lower, grinding lower, it'd be nice if we could just get another pip of these highs and then some weakness. Break of structure and all those goodies, and then I'll get into crude. Hopefully during our session. So that's what I'm looking at here. And that's pretty much it, guys. Very strong push up by here. So I think price action, Howard, you following the Elliott wave analysis as well, is kind of proving that this is just potential. That was potentially just an ABC with price now at least getting ready to test it of yesterday. Yeah, 19,047. So hopefully I get a little bit of a decline during that and get into that. So let's see. How's your things going, Howard? Bitcoin, gold?
Yeah. So still sitting short of crude oil. Let me just show you the 1 second. Okay, it should come through.
Is it coming up? There we go.
Okay, there it is. That's it, just above there. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I think is the kind of corrective wave. The second kind of first wave down, second wave up, topping out, and then starting to break on down. Once we're through yesterday's low, then that'll be quite good, I think. 1 second. There we go. That's it. Yep. So that's essentially where we are. Target wise, I've got this low down here. This would be, I think, a fair place, just below 60. The figure on this thing, should we get down there, so that would be quite a good, quite a good risk to reward, I think, on the short trade. But if that were to happen, it'd be quite a big swing, and you probably see some kind of corrective bounce following it from this area. So it wouldn't be, I don't think I'd be too unhappy about taking profits down here and then just waiting for a correction to have another go at it, kind of thing. So yeah, just still sitting short, just waiting.
Nice.
For
yeah, I mean that resistance, support turn resistance will probably be quite strong. Especially after price testing that support level for so long.
Its thing. Euro dollar.
And connections shaky there, Howard.
Yeah.
Let's try this one again.
That's better.
Okay. Hopefully this should come through better. Okay. Yeah, this is actually the one of my systems, so it kind of ties in a little bit with that. Kind of break out of the early range and waiting for the pullback back into the early range. That would tie in with the levels I was looking at back into this area. Yesterday I had a good short on that system. Grab some profits before the close of the New York session. But yeah, this one, I need to see it back down, certainly back down into the sort of 1340s, I think, before we can trigger a short trade on euro dollar. So for the time being, just sort of flat really on the currencies, just the crude oil trade really for me.
Nice. And Walter,
awesome.
Things looking outside.
Yeah, so there's some advancements on my side. I'll just share my screen. 1 second. So just an update with gold. So I might need to rethink my current bias. The reason being is because, price basically came down. So initial area I was looking at was this low and then a sweep and then a continuation. So I'm out of this trade now. So I was in this trade basically from there. I had to basically get out of this position. The reason being is because now I'm looking at the 30 minutes being a potential, because the only reason I was bullish is because the 30 minutes I didn't give it any sort of a bearish break to the downside, and the 15 minutes was like indicating bullishness. But now what it does look like is I'm waiting for this 30 minutes candle to close, but it looks like obviously if the market closes below this low, so this low right here, and the new swing low forms, so meaning this candle doesn't trade back above this high, if it trades and closes below this low, then that would actually give a confirmation of a 30 minutes break, and that would confirm a new bearish cycle to the downside. So in that case, I'll be looking to sell at this 30 minutes order block, and then the 15 minutes would indicate a bearish reset. So this is sometimes what happens. You have a full cycle to the downside, and then obviously sort of like a retracement. And then after that, the market then resets bearish, beginning a new bearish cycle. So that would confirm this as also a bearish reset. And of course, my AOI will still be in exactly the same area. And I'll be looking to essentially go short. So that's the advancements on this right now, because again, in this range, I was both ways, right? Either market comes up, take out this high, and we see a short, or the market keeps falling. So it looks like the market might want to keep falling to the downside. In that case, for targets for bearishness, of course, yesterday's low is the most obvious target. It is possible the market could trade below yesterday's low towards on the 30 minutes to 800 EMA is sitting right where sort of like this order block is. So because between this low, it's simply just like fair value gaps. The next block of order is sitting down here. So there is a likelihood we could see the market trade below yesterday's low and into those block of orders, which also coincides with where that 30 minutes 800 EMA is sitting as well. So yeah, so that would be sort of like what I'll be looking at on gold right now. I'm out of the market for this one. I'm just waiting for a new swing point to confirm before committing to anything else. Gotcha. And for Bitcoin dollar, so this is actually progressing. Again, but bias on this is still the same. I'm still bullish. I'm just waiting for that 30 minutes swing high to confirm. As soon as the 30-minute swing high confirms, then my area of interest to go long is this bullish order block, and I'll be anticipating a retest of that order block. I mean, if you look at this, right, the only area of sort of like some sort of imbalance is down here, right?
Yeah.
So except from that, it's a relatively well balanced out market. So there is a likelihood we could see the market simply come down, retest that high, and then just rally to the upside. So yeah. So again, with this, it's a waiting game. Just waiting to see how that 30 minutes candle closes over the next. I think the next 2 30 minutes candle would define a swing high if it does close appropriately.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's it. So I mean, gold looks like definitely it still wants to keep falling. So yeah, so at this point it's just making that adjustment and looking if I can piggyback on a nice ride to the downside.
Okay. It's interesting because gold is doing nothing like what silver's doing. It's like they're completely different markets.
What is silver doing?
It's actually sort of holding up very well. Have you got silver there?
Yeah, I'll break one second. I'll break it up.
Yeah, it's weird. You always expect them to do the same kind of thing, but it's not the case for a long time.
Oh, which one is it again? This one. Yeah, I mean there's very little correlation between gold and silver. So it's not always the case they move in the same way. Sorry guys, I'm just want to load the right template. I think it's this one. Then we're looking at XAG USD.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, fair enough. Yeah,
it's completely different. Yeah, just top of the range.
So, kind of thing. So the money has gone from gold to silver, basically. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So investors have pulled out whatever they can. I mean, they're cashing because I mean it's a very good price. I mean, it was one thing I found really nice was how gold rejected literally to the pip 3,500. It was almost as though a lot of big traders, a lot of guys that had positions, they had already made a commitment that at 3,500 were selling.
Round number.
Exactly to the pip. Exactly to the pip. It rejected and then it dropped. After that aggressively for quite a few days. So it looks like there's a lot of profit taking, a lot of cashing out that's taking place right now. And of course, like people sometimes would exchange gold to silver or gold to fiat, but obviously the dollar right now is still going to shit. So I'm sure a lot of investors are looking for other places they can get sort of like outsized returns from their profit as well. And this is interesting. But yeah. So right now it's a waiting game for both gold and Bitcoin to see if I can get a setup today's session.
Walter, do you trade any other crypto or like just watch Bitcoin?
No, I only trade Bitcoin. I do look at other cryptos, but more for either buying and holding or just mainly for buying and holding. But I don't really trade. Like I trade Bitcoin because the liquidity in Bitcoin is incredibly good and is very consistent. Right now, it's actually like even over the past few days, the market cap for Bitcoin alone is now even far exceeded that of Apple. So the market cap just keeps increasing over time. So it becomes more of a very liquid market. There's a lot of moves to trade on it, and that's why that's the only crypto that I trade. Ethereum is another one that I used to look at because at times moves with Ethereum and moves in Bitcoin tend to like move in a similar pace. But I mean, you look at Ethereum, man, it's like it's just gone all the way down.
Really hard, right?
Yeah, 1.1. I remember like when Ethereum was at 1.5, and this is a few years ago when I was interested in buying ETH. So at that point, it was like 1.5 was such a good price, you know. And it did obviously rally, but then it's like it's literally come back down to that sort of like 1,000 region. So it's crazy. It's still tradable, but it just doesn't have it doesn't have the same liquidity as Bitcoin does.
Yeah,
so
also,
you get
I mean, in news on all those channels, you don't really hear anything about Ethereum either. You know, people don't really talk about.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Ethereum, the blockchain itself, the ETH blockchain has had more utility than Bitcoin, because a lot of DeFi, a lot of layer twos like Arbitrum, for example, like a lot of these protocols are built on the Ethereum blockchain. So Ethereum has a lot more utility. There's a lot more transactions going on ETH than there is in Bitcoin. But Bitcoin just so happens to be the OG of the crypto scene, and therefore it gets the biggest attention.
You know, I guess people also complain quite a bit about the gas fees in Ethereum. You know, when sending transactions.
It's so much better these days, man, than it was like 2 years ago.
Private trading
Ethereum so much better these days. Yeah, so much better these days. Like the other day, I was moving my USDT on the ETH network, and it only cost me, like, before it would cost me something like 50 quid. Now it only costs me, you know, £2. And then even like lower transactions, you know, if you transfer in the morning, so time of the day is also important. If you transfer at the start of the day when usually there isn't a lot of activity, you could be paying pennies for your transaction fee. But it's so much better now than it was a few years back.
Yeah, I guess the last time I traded Ethereum was, cheapest, when was that? 2019, around about there, or slightly before that. And me living in South Africa, just interesting stories. Like, we could arbitrage. There were so many arbitrage opportunities, it was insane. So what we'll do is we'll send fiat to Bitstamp, for example, in the UK, have it clear there via bank transfer, and then immediately send it back to an exchange here where it was way more expensive. I mean, in some of those transactions, you could make 10, 18, and the biggest I've made was about 25% arbitrage on just one transaction.
Amazing.
But then there was issues because Bitcoin was, a lot of people were doing this, and Bitcoin was flying to the upside. You know, and you do an arbitrage that's what we call a naked arbitrage. You don't really like have yourself protected. You know, sometimes it took a day and a half before it would clear in the other accounts. And then you were like sitting there nipping the whole time. It's like, hopefully Bitcoin doesn't come down in price, you know. So then people switched to Ethereum because the transaction speed was way quicker.
Yeah.
But yeah, those were the days. That was easy money, if there's such a thing. But that's definitely disappeared.
I mean, these opportunities that existed quite a bit, actually. There was a lot of arbitrage trading opportunities in the early days. Pretty much exactly the same as what you did. But yeah, they disappeared. Like when perps, so perpetuals, were launched, and perps started to like gain traction as a way to sort of like trade underlying market momentum. Like these arbitrage opportunity began to diminish, and then it over time they just cease to exist.
Interesting.
You know, but we're moving into an interesting. I'm going to be next week in Dubai. There is the Token 2045, which is like the big crypto convention. So I'm actually going to be in Dubai for this convention. So like anyone that's building in the space, anyone that's like doing something in the space, even all the big names like CEO of Ethereum, Arbitrum, like Coinbase CEO, all these guys are probably going to be there. There's going to be a lot of talks, a lot of updates on what's going on in the space. So it's just going to be like, these events are usually an interesting way to sort of like find out what's happening, and you know what people are working on that could be launching literally in a few weeks' time that could actually like change the whole game. Because every now and then there's something big that launches that just redefines the way that we look at crypto. So So yeah, I'm super excited for next week. It is going to
Awesome.
definitely be like one of those experiences.
I mean, you're all over the place then. Like you were in Hong Kong just a while back, weren't you?
For now, yeah. I mean, there's a lot happening, so it's like it's a period of time where I'm happy to be where I need to be, but I am looking forward to having 2 to 3 months of just being still.
I was going to say international man of mystery.
International man of mystery. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. I don't enjoy traveling frequently. It's too tiring, way too tiring.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially traveling across time zones, right?
Oh yeah, that's the biggest killer. Like I always have to like translate and be like, okay, what time do I need to start my trading? What time do I need to do this in that time zone? There's a lot of conversions that needs to happen. But Dubai is not a bad place to trade.
By just buying stuff as well.
Yeah, and that as well.
How much does this actually cost? You're surprised on your credit card when you get back home. It's like, oh dear.
Yeah, a lot of spending now. I actually spend a lot in crypto now. I barely spend fiat, so a lot of my transactions is either with USDT or USDC.
Oh, really nice.
Because because Revolut has like the crypto side of things, and it automatically converts your crypto to fiat whenever you spend money to whatever the local currency is.
Sorry, who was that with?
Revolut, the online internet like banking company.
Awesome.
You've never heard of Revolut before? A very big bank, especially in the UK now.
Yeah, they're quite good. I've used them.
The problem with us in South Africa that a lot of these, they probably serve people globally, but then you'll find that country that's not on the list, South Africa. But I've actually got it open here, so I'll definitely have a look at that. Actually, just going to make a star and check it out a little bit later. So REVOLUT, Revolut.
Yeah, REVOLUT. That's the one.
And do you get a card attached to like a credit card or something?
Yeah.
So you get something like a physical MasterCard, right? And then you can like just use that to pay. But the good thing is like you don't need to top up fiat on your MasterCard. You can just have crypto on the app itself, and it will automatically convert.
And you just swipe as per normal at the supermarket.
Yeah, exactly. So anywhere you spend money, supermarket, whatever, you can just tap and it will convert it for you.
And I definitely need to check this out. Hopefully,
there's quite a few banks that now do stuff like that. And the thing is, it's going to become more commonplace. And at some point, Amex is going to provide that option as well, where people can just, they can just load their Amex with crypto and they can spend crypto as credit as opposed to spending fiat as credit. So, so these things are going to be a lot more commonplace over the coming years.
I mean, the other day there's a new mall that opened close to where I live, and they had an ATM like a normal Visa, MasterCard ATM, but there wasn't actually a Bitcoin, and I think it was only a Bitcoin withdrawal feature there, which was the first time I see that in an ATM in South Africa. So we're a little bit behind with that, to be honest. Although a lot of people,
the Bitcoin withdrawal stuff that was a few years back old.
Just out of interest, getting a little bit of traction on the crude oil, nibbling a little bit lower.
It's moving lower. You want to show us your chart?
Sure. I'm going to lower the stop to just above the day's high, just to reduce the risk a little bit. So yeah, just starting to nibble a little bit lower. So I'm just going to cut the risk down. So should we make a new high for the day, then that might be a little bit more troublesome, I think, from a bearish perspective. So it's just starting to move down a little bit. I'm sure you can. Is there like an opening range breakout on your stuff, Richard? Some kind of.
Yeah, well, the breakout was to the upside there on the NASDAQ, but it's just continued higher. I can show that again if you want. Very strong move to the upside. It's actually been like that a little bit this week. Is it showing up yet? No. There we go. So obviously this is your crude oil moving lower now. Unfortunately, didn't catch that. Not setting up according to how I like to trade it. But yeah, there we're going on the NASDAQ. On that breakout thing, I still haven't had a pullback. So the market's been running away a little bit.
So NASDAQ's getting close to making a bullish outside week. On the weekly Basel candles, that could be a bit bullish.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually still viewing this entire move to the upside as also corrective. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Unfortunately, guys, I've had the same thing yesterday. Just not being able to get into a trade. Right about the direction, or you get that sort of confirmation from your strategy, but if you don't just jump in, then you missed the bus or the train, as they call it. Price might pull back to this sort of area a little bit later. So if this is past the session, then maybe I'll just review this the next time when I'm on again. But yeah, normally I'm not presenting on Fridays, so I'll only be able to show what happened on Monday again. But other than that, it's really just boom, straight back up. So yeah, I think it was a good call. And A, triangle, B, C, price making his way back up again. Maybe if we can take out yesterday's high, will we get a bit of a decline? But who knows? Not too far off there, actually. That high being at 19,007. So yeah, let's see if price reaches that, gives me finally a reversal, then who knows. A little bit frustrating, that's for sure, but a very nice move upwards.
Yeah, it's all kind of died a death on
making a nice currency decline there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll take out that previous low there and then get a bit of acceleration. Yeah, that would be good.
I think it's heading there. Awesome.
Yeah, currency's not really much cooking on the just stuck in the range really on euro dollar. Really not
okay.
Not much waiting for
a bit. Walter?
Yeah, so it looks like gold is about to confirm that second leg on the 15 minutes time frame. Yeah, so it looks like it's about to confirm that. So in the next 6 minutes, as long as this candle doesn't trade below the low of this candle, then that will be a second leg, and that will be beautiful because this would then create a relative equal low, which would be a big signal of what's about to happen. So again, a relative equal low between this low and this low here. That low is not obvious on the 15, but if you go to the 5, you consider that as a swing low, right? But yeah, so that will be a very big signal. So at this point, what I'll be waiting for is just that pullback into this sort of order block, and then to go short from there.
Okay.
It'll be very. Yeah, I don't know if this move would happen in New York. I mean, we had 2 red news today, and it didn't really do much to the market. If this move does happen with New York, that would be very surprising, but nice. But there are times when, like, we've seen already a very big move in Asia to the upside, and then London price was just like accumulating. Essentially, if you look at the bigger picture, that's what it was doing. It was accumulating, and then we've seen a break out of that accumulation range. Start of New York session. So of course the no-brainer thing is for the continuation to happen in New York session. But also what could happen is the market could give this break, and then trade back into the range and then hold its level until Asia, which is going to be evening in New York. And then Asia session, which is morning for me, it then makes that move to the downside. So that's another possibility. But either way, this general area would be where I'll be looking to go short. That short continuation to the downside. And then Bitcoin is, again, just doing its thing. It's given. So 4 minutes, this 30 minutes candle would close. And then the 30 minutes candle after that, obviously, as long as it doesn't trade above this high, right, then it confirms a new swing high. It confirms a new high, essentially, right? And that will be that secondary high, and that will then be the beginning of the setup where I'll be looking to essentially go long from this order block. And obviously, I'll be looking to take my profit at 95. The high of the range, which is sitting at 95.
But because, Walter, that order block's so wide, well, at least it looks wide on the 30 minute. Would you wait for a little bit of it, or hope for a bit of a deeper sort of decline into it after that candle's confirmed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the one or two ways, I'm not like this definitely why to have a decent, I mean, you can still have a 1 to 2 or 1 to 3 hour, but it's such a big move that I would want to, if I can get something bigger from it. So I'll try and like see if I can use the 15 minutes time frame to frame a better entry, because on the 15 minutes time frame, I mean, there is, so I'm just going to make visibility only to the 30 minutes. So on the 15 minutes time frame, there is this order block sitting here. So if the market were to come down and take out these series of lows, ideally, I do want to see, like, what would really be nice would be for the market to trade into this sort of like this fair value gap, and to sort of like feel this gap, and then retest the high of this candle. Like, that would be spot on if that happens. But if the market were to trade into this area, then that would be an even better entry opportunity, because then I can just essentially go long and still have my stop loss below the low, and still get a pretty good risk reward of like 1 to 5 on the trade. So yes, I will be a bit patient with this, and I will sort of wait for the market to trade a little bit deeper into that 15 minutes order block to take out these prior lows, and then I would be looking to go long anywhere in this area and still have that stop below the low.
And will you go long within that area if price just reached it without the current, it's a 15-minute candle closing, or do you have to wait for the candle to close first, or just have
a lot of the time I would? It depends on the velocity of the candle. So if the candle is coming in with a lot of velocity, let's say like it's the next 15 minutes candle, it has 5 minutes to close, but there's a lot of velocity behind the move to the downside, then I would wait for the 5 minutes, because the market could simply come down and swipe the low, right? So that candle could come down, swipe the low, and then after swiping the low, and then gives the move to the upside. So if the candle were to then close below this low, then I can at least get a good entry down here, because I would still be long. It wouldn't like change my bias at all. Because right now with Bitcoin, I'm not like, with gold, I was ambiguous, like, oh, I could go up, could go down. This is giving me clarity. Whereas with Bitcoin, there is no ambiguity here. Like the direction is to the upside, which lines up with the 1 hour, the 4 hour, and also that sort of like weekly target as well. So if the market were to swipe the low, for me, I'm not going to look at that as a bearish break. I would see that as a purge of the low, giving me a better entry opportunity to go long. So yeah, I'll wait for the candle to close. But if there isn't a lot of velocity, let's say that the candle like trades in and it's like moving steadily, and then it's like 1 minute until the candle closes, and then it like gives like just one quick move below these lows in the last, let's say 30 seconds, I immediately enter a trade there, because that would usually be an indication that at the open of the next 15 minutes candle, it's going to like take off.
Gotcha. And your trade there, Howard?
Yeah, still sitting tight in that one. Yeah,
nice.
So I'm not really in a hurry to do it just yet, but still happy with it. Just a little bit of sideways stuff in the very short term. On my side, just sort of some more kind of longer term stuff on the dollar. It's worth showing.
Please do.
Sure. So let's have a quick look at dollar index on the biggie, the big chart. Okay, so this is where we're at. That's the long-term corrective bounce from the 2008 low into the 2022 high. So a bear market rally basically. And zooming in. So yeah, we're just kind of toying with that level, the wave one low. So it went through it, bounced back up from it, and yeah, we're just still a little bit below it. But ultimately, I think we're gonna go much lower on this thing.
Yeah,
let's
certainly looks like
closer look on this.
But then what if
so we had this kind of ABC rally
closes? What if on the weekly time frame, that weekly candle closes back in the range? Would you still see that as bearish, or would you see that as a potential rejection of the low of the accumulatory range, and perhaps the market could then begin to actually go back up again?
Yeah, it could. If that happens, we could get a bit more stabilization. But I think, bearing in mind that the longer term structure, I think that should we settle back above the broken support, then I think it's really just going to be a chop perhaps inside this candle before it goes again.
Yeah.
Because I think the bigger picture really is mega bearish. We've had obviously a good run down, so we could get some sideways chop, but I think ultimately it's going to be accelerating down and just continuing this kind of new bear market. So I don't see too much on the upside. Should we stabilize?
Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's fair.
Can you zoom out a little bit more to show me the start of that count on the monthly?
Yeah. Okay. So let's get a closer look. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's the 2008 bear market low. So the first leg up, then a three-wave move down, zigzag move down, or maybe even a flat because it's quite deep cut into it, but a three-wave correction down, and then 5 waves up for there. So you've got the A, B, and C, then you've got the intervening X, and then another A, B, and C to complete it. So it's essentially a zigzag, a correction of it, and and then a three-wave move to complete it. And action since then has been very, impulsive, I think, to the downside, particularly with that ABC rally. So that for me is a very clear corrective bounce that we saw complete back in January.
Well, if it goes that low, the United States needs a new currency.
I mean, the thing is,
well, look,
there's some fundamentals that I'm waiting for. So for one, I mean, inflation rate has been going down. It's almost at like that 2% base like target that the Fed is wants to hit, and like once it hits that, so the next inflation data is going to be pretty crucial for the market, because like right now it's so close, so the market is anticipating that 2% to be hit, because once that's hit, like the Fed is going to be looking to drop interest rates, and the moment we begin to see interest rate falling, I mean, here's the thing, right? So there's two sides I see it. Right now, the market is or big investors are anticipating interest rates to start falling within the next 2 months. So right now, the market is pricing in that initial reaction, which is usually bearish. However, I do see a potential bullishness in line with a lower interest rate in the long run for the dollar. And the reason being is because of the tariffs. So the tariffs obviously and the tariffs and also the low business tax is going to make America more business friendly. Lower interest rate is going to make it easier for outside investors to basically take out loans at a cheaper rate, right? So these loans are then going to build in factories and build in industry. So that could potentially attract more dollar or attract more foreign currency into the dollar. And we could see a potential boost of the dollar in the long run as a result of lower interest rates. But right now it's too early to tell, but
yeah.
I do see the market
pricing in because of the tariffs and all that in the market. Absolutely, that's also. I mean, we all got viewpoints, and we got the counter stuff going on there, but that might morph into a triple zigzag. I mean, but then that would mean
exactly anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. No. There's nothing set in stone here, really.
No, for sure. But I mean, you got a plan, which is the main thing. You got an outlook for it, and if price does follow that outlook, then you follow along until you're proven wrong. Yeah.
This one's the 30-year bond yields. This is an interesting one, I think. People were kind of getting a little bit confused when of late when the bond market was crashing along with the dollar, along with the stocks. So everything American was going down, bond yields were going up. So, but for me, the big picture on interest rates on bond yields is we're in a bull market, have been since 2020, since COVID. So basically higher yields. We're in a nice uptrend for yields, basically. So even though we've even had a nice ABC correction against it. Which ended in September 24. That could also still be a triangle, right? Yeah. So you'd have that'd be your A. This would be your B. We could still be chopping in this range before we go again. But that C-leg low is pretty solid as far as I could see.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think we get much anywhere near that point. I don't think really. So even though we might be slashing interest rates and all the rest of it, and inflation being under control, whatever, this thing still seems to be very well bid when the market tries to come down, So maybe it's people just getting out of US securities. I don't know, possibly.
Guys, from the viewer side, we got still about 10 minutes left on the session, so please do ask some questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions on Monday. There's a lot of activity on Monday. Yeah. So I don't know where the people where they left to.
You're back, Howard.
I'm back. Sorry, I just briefly popped out. We're starting to get the move on crude now. I think we're starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. Hopefully we can break that low and away we go, kind of thing.
You want to show your charts again? Do you have your target at that low? I missed that.
No, below the low. Below the low.
Okay.
Yeah, more like 60 rather than 61.
Okay.
Let's just move this along. So yeah, 59.84 is the key low, I think, for me. So just looking to take profit on the approach.
That's a very nice trade.
Hopefully we get a bit of momentum later on in the session. It looks like it's having a go, so we see. Nothing, and the currencies are dead really. So just crude oil seems to be, and the stock market seems to be where the action is today.
Yeah, gold is already confirmed now. It's sort of like moved into that order block, but it's still a bit too early to sell. So yeah, I'm just waiting for that. So that next 30 minutes candle to close in 21 minutes, which looks like a while, but I don't know if I'll take it because I'll probably be heading to bed. Yeah, my partner's already
sleep's much more important.
It's like,
got to get your sleep.
Hey man, I trade 2 sessions. Okay, give me a break. I trade Asia, I trade London.
Open all hours, as they say. Open all hours.
Open all hours, exactly. 24/7 market. But yeah, I mean, so this area of interest is still very much active. Yes, price is like tapped against that order block there to the pip. But it's still, I mean, it's still early to enter right now because again, there is a likelihood that the market at the close of the 30 minutes candle, yes, it will form a new swing low, correct? But there's a likelihood it could just push just a little bit higher into this Very nice fair value gap that's sitting in here. And if it does that, then we're going to be getting a nice bargain to sell at, because then you're selling at that price, stop goes above the high, and then we're still aiming at the same target. And the outer R on this is going to be like even juicier. So it's like we're looking at 1 to 5, 1 to 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'd rather just wait sometimes.
Yeah, increase that reward rate.
Exactly, massively. Massively. Yeah, I caught this nice trade on Monday. So Monday was like the start of this week was so good, so good. It was like taking candy off a baby, man. It was just one of those markets where, because gold doesn't always do that. There are days where it's super frustrating to trade it, but the start of this week was probably the easiest trading week I've had this month, because like there was the initial break to the downside that took place at the start of London Open. And then after that, I immediately just went short at the retest of this order block, right? So after that retest, it wasn't long until that trade was in profit. And then my initial target was basically the slowdown here, right? So that was like a 1 to 3. So that was on I think this was Monday, right?
Yeah, that's when it's really started getting going, right? Yeah. That's when prices really start getting going to the downside. We got a beautiful break of structure.
Didn't waste any time. Beautiful break of structure, beautiful retest, beautiful rejection. Didn't waste any time, just rallied. And then the next day, it did exactly the same thing. It gave this like new break of structure. This was the order block of interest. And then it was a nice retest of this order block. So I had 2 entries on this. So my first entry, like, because I was like, I placed a pen in there, I got stopped out. When the market came up, took me out of the high. But then I immediately entered again, and then I put my stop loss just above this this high on the 5 minutes time frame. All right, immediately entered again, and I was able to get it even better. I didn't believe it at first. I was like, no way, it's actually gonna drop. And then it gave this nice shift, and I was like, okay, I'm in the clear. And then for this trade, I didn't hold all the way down there. I simply held to this prior low. So that prior low was my target. So that was a nice 1 to 8 on that trade. And then after that, I was like, yeah, I'm like, okay, this can't be as easy as it is. And then today, I get scratched out of this long trade. But I'll see if I can get a comeback with the shorts. That's
so a lot of the setups occurred during the Asian session, right?
Yes, Richard. So you need to just start waking up a bit earlier if you wanna.
Yeah. Well, drinks on you.
If you wanna be trading gold.
That's for sure.
Don't worry, I'll have your cup of coffee ready for you. You know, it's. I
was thinking something stronger.
It wasn't always like this. You know, gold used to sometimes move more actively in London and New York. It's only within the last, I think probably the last 8 months, a lot of the activity has moved to Asia and London. And then New York gets like the leftovers, and every now and then you get a very nice move in New York session. So that's like the dynamic of as of recently, anyways.
Yeah, I think Trump has shaken things up a little bit. I think a lot of the markets, we're getting moves in the FX in the Asian session as well now.
Yeah,
I think it's
really you're getting FX moves in Asia.
Yeah, particularly on the Monday where you get that kind of from the open, big moves, and then for example, this Monday, literally opened and it opened down a little bit and then just blasted high for the rest of the session. And then the European session, you're sitting there thinking, well, yeah, let's wait for the retracement. So yeah, it's just I think particularly if you get some news over the weekend, then you'll get that big move in the Asian session.
Yeah.
Right. That's interesting.
All right, guys, I think we're nearly there. I think a few more minutes, or not even a few more minutes. I think we're almost done, to be honest. Yeah, so nice trade there, Howard. Hopefully price reaches target.
Yeah, let's see what happens for the rest of the session.
Like it's going to. Yeah. Cool. Unless you want to add anything else, I think that's it for today.
All good, my
to
side.
All our viewers, thanks for watching.
All good on my side as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. If I don't see you again, well, I'm not on tomorrow, so I'll see you next week, hopefully.
Have a great weekend.
Cool, guys.
Indeed. Have a great weekend, guys. Okay.
Take care, Walter.
All the best.
Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Paul, Igor, nice to see you guys again.
Hey, Jannie, Igor, whenever you appear, nice to see you.
Can you not see him? I can see him.
I can't see him. It's just a blank space. Sorry, Igor. Good to see you.
From FX Igor YouTube channel. Today, we tell
Not quite
Igor?
caught that, Igor. Sorry.
I agree with you, Igor. Whatever you said, I think you're right.
Here you are. Good to see
Hello.
you.
Good to see you. How's it going, man? Is it going all right?
Everything is fine. How are you, friends?
Very well, thank you. Very well. What a strong open we saw on the NASDAQ today. I don't know if you guys are watching the NASDAQ, but we had a really strong start. I'll quickly show you if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
And I have a question for you as well regarding this this market that we are in. But we'll get to that in a moment. All right. So if you look at this the screen here, so we had very strong. You can see it right. This is the open right there. Okay, that candle there was an open. If you look at the multiple time frames, you know I like to look at three of them. They were all lining up. So really strong bullish bias. And this was the open right there. It was a bit of a zigzag paddywhack, give a dog a bone situation, and then it just broke out to the upside really strong. I didn't get that. Do you know why? Because I don't trade the first 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes for me is typically I get caught. I just get caught out because it looks like even when you get confidence, the first 15 minutes is really like it looks like it's going to do one thing and then reverses and does the complete opposite. So it's just, that's why, and that does mean I miss out on these opening moves, but that's fine. All I do then is I just wait for price action to come down. This was a support level I was waiting for initially, this one here, as it appeared. And then it laddered up to this support level. I was really hoping to get that one, couldn't get it. Instead, it broke out to the upside. There was a retest, so that was the opportunity. So didn't get the big move, but there was an opportunity based on just simple breakout and retest. You know, I love my breakout and retest, but the bias obviously coming off longer time frames. Yeah, that's really important. This strategy works. It would be very interesting to see what would happen if you automate this, but it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky. But yeah, anyway, I was going to ask you guys, what do you think of the blatant market manipulation that we've had since this since this tariff war? Oh, like the latest example is obviously we're going to fire Powell, and then very strong reaction to that. Oh, no, not going to fire him. Very strong reaction to that. You know, or even the tariffs, so we're going to take that off. Oh, there's a 90-day pause. And there's always this, to me, it's like just, it's really market manipulation.
Well, it's picking up again some of the talk. You know, as we said yesterday, we thought policy, we thought that maybe we were seeing indications that negotiations are going to take over and no further tariff announcements. But again, a bit of backtracking today from the administration. But I think with regard to what you were saying about manipulation, I think the concern over Jerome Powell and the independence of the Fed obviously was very significant when we got some news out of the White House that they weren't intending on trying to do that anymore. And of course, that's very, very bullish news because it would be devastating if that happened. And I think that was creating some serious kind of uncertainty. But I know you referenced this as a Nancy Pelosi pattern yesterday.
Yeah, this is the Nancy Pelosi candle, right? This that $5 trillion, because I just call it that. Well, I mean, obviously I don't really know who's behind it all, but the move happened 20 minutes before the announcement. 20 minutes before, so someone knew something, and there's a lot of insider trading out. We all know that as a fact, and this is not getting political. It's just like this affects us, so we know that's going on. We just know that's going on, and I don't know who's behind it, whatever. But there's certainly a lot of insider trading, a lot of market manipulation, and it affects the stock market and therefore the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones and those indices really a lot more than I feel, say, for example, Forex. But yeah, it does make it very tricky. But like for scalping, it was very difficult for about 2 weeks. I just couldn't trade it. The 80 hours were just way too big and very, very volatile. Now it's definitely more tradable. But the good thing about scalping is you can see, you can get some really clear biases. And like today, for example, it's tradable. It's not that bad. But yeah, when those big announcements come out, like a 90-day pause on the tariffs, Powell's getting sacked, and then a big, I don't even know which one that was, and then the next thing, just joking, why not? I'll never sack him, and then big move to the upside. So it just, we said this right in the beginning. With this whole tariff war, etc., it's going to be very much a breaking news type of market, right? Breaking news, whatever happened, and then the markets react to that. So I don't think that's over, right? It's not gonna stop anytime soon. So, but from a technical analysis point of view, yesterday when we looked at this, I mentioned that we are right at the resistance level, but not very clear in terms of like what would you expect this to do from this point. It's really difficult to tell, and this $5 trillion candle does kind of skew things. But everything that happened after that as well, it's very difficult to read or to get a clear picture of what to expect over the long term. Even though, as you know, I'm still pretty bearish on the NASDAQ. Yeah. Right. So. Yeah, so that was the NASDAQ. Really strong start to the open today. Yeah, congratulations to everybody who took that open. If you traded the open, this strategy would have allowed you to take the open because everything was lining up, and you get that. You did get the breakout and that retest, so you definitely would have been able to catch it. I just don't like to trade the open, so I may have missed out on this one, but I can promise you over 100 trades, I'll definitely lose more. I'll definitely lose money over time if I try to trade the open. So there's a very good reason why I stay away from the open. Okay, so that's the NASDAQ. If we look at the pound US dollar, we spoke yesterday about how I really wanted price action to go back to the neckline of this double top. We couldn't quite get it. Today we had a retracement, not to the neckline, but we are now approaching this previous resistance. Okay, so we kind of just missed that resistance. So this is not necessarily a bad spot to go short. I'll probably wait for tomorrow's session and see what happens. Maybe we'll come and retest that again, or perhaps go even higher. But I'm still bearish in the short term on the pound US dollar. I think if you look at the dollar index, we had a brief look at it yesterday, but you'll see that we've got this really strong wick to the lower end. So it's today and tomorrow. We'll see how this candle closes, but I don't think it's completely out of the question for us to get a bit of a retracement, even though the longer term outlook is bearish on the US dollar. What's your take, Paul, when you look at this? The dollar index, would you agree with that? Just based on if you were looking at any crypto, would you also say that this is a support level with a potential pullback?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Igor, what's your take on that?
Okay,
sorry, Paul.
Sorry. So I'm trying to see what's happened right now, why we have this push in stocks, and I'm trying to see the rumors and everything what's happening in the market right now. So if you go to the trading view, you will see the analysis that right last couple hours, we have a rise of the IT stocks. So this is major in the IT industry. And I am trying to see what's happened, why this happened here. It is because there is some rumor that there is development, let me see, in U.S.-China trade war. So they have some kind of insight that we don't have, but there is some good things related to the U.S.-China trade war, and this is the reason why stock market is going up. So I just watch all news, and this is it. But I think that in a couple hours, rest of us humans will know about that. So I think first, what is very interesting related to the S&P 500 indices is that the last week we had a very big push down because there is a special regulation in China that all big investors, and there are multi-billionaires there, they were stopped to invest in U.S. stock market. And they need to pull out their sources from that. And I think that a lot of that big dogs from China remove their assets, and that impact the stock market a lot. But I see that can be changed, and I think that market reacts positively just because of that. So I don't know. It's fundamentally it's very tough. It's so many news, so many, crazy things there. But the interesting thing is that I'm watching the same thing related to the Forex market, and I see really crazy spikes. And I think that everything's correlated, but we will see.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're right about the fundamentals are very complicated, but I think whatever people are thinking, the traders are thinking, or the investors, there's a lot of clues on the charts, right? That's why technical analysis works, because you can read what they are doing. But right now, I mean, there is a very strong week on talking specifically about the dollar index. There's a very strong rejection week at a support level. So, that does mean it can potentially pull back up. Okay. But it's been ranging on the shorter time frames, like the 4-hour. The 4-hour is now, you see, we had that breakout, and the retesters just hovering around there. Yeah, it's ranging markets, and that's also pretty much, I mean, the pound US dollar today. I mean, obviously they had an update. If you look at the daily time frame, right, it pushed up, but there's not even a lower wick there. It's just a straight from the open. And the previous day, we had that really strong sell-off, like 100 pip move overnight. When you look at, I don't know, Igor, I know we haven't been in the session together, but see, this is where the double top was, and we were in the session say this is now a really good time to short. But this happened in, hang on, status bar, yeah. So this was like a half an hour after the new candle started. So this is basically overnight.
Yes.
That was ATR, right? That was ATR. So I was really hoping for this to pull back right there. It didn't. I think this was almost like I'm not 100% sure, but if you just look at this level from maybe the high to there, that's probably like a Fibonacci retracement level, perhaps.
Yes, about 50% Fibonacci, I think, and exactly on the simple moving average 50, if I remember. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Have a look there. Now, would you look at that? Right at the 50.
Yes.
You see, no point doing this analysis 2 days after. I was waiting for the neckline. Okay, the 50 was okay. Wow. All right. So it bounced off the 50, and now it's going back up. So I still think the neckline would be a really good opportunity to go short. Okay, it just makes sense because it is quite a, I think if we start to trade back into this range, then this double top on the 3 different time frames. And also remember that the weekly resistance is just above that. There's the weekly resistance. It's just above that. So if we break this double bottom, in other words, if we start to range inside here, then that would definitely be more bullish, wouldn't it? because then you're going to wait for price to break the weekly high. For me anyway, I wouldn't try to attempt to trade the breakout. I would rather wait for it to just break out and then start to pay attention to price action, hopefully for a retracement. The basic stuff that I do over and over and over, like same approach. All right, so that's what I look at for. So tomorrow morning, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe this will go up a little bit higher to the 61.8. So that's another level I would pay attention to. It's all about identifying the potential levels of interest and then how price behaves at those levels. So because we've already been to the 50 twice, I mean, it could reverse there, couldn't it? But I wouldn't do it now. I'll definitely wait for the London session and see what happens there tomorrow. But you've got that previous high as a resistance area, the 61.8, and then the neckline. But once you get to those levels of interest, for me, you stay away from smaller time frames. You really want to get, especially if you're expecting a deeper pull drawdown, then you really want to wait for the 4 hour at least to give you like a strong indication that it is turning. And then if you can see patterns in the smaller time frames, like the half an hour and the 1 hour, double top, whatever it is, then that would really confirm that, okay, this is the level where it's going to turn, whichever one of these levels it may be. But then as for a pullback, Igor, it will be interesting to get your view on this. But if we do pull back, then I think we need to get the 4 hour would be probably a better one to look at. You see, we still definitely in an uptrend with these higher lows. We haven't really had another higher low. We need to kind of come down and scare the children and then move up from there. So this space here would be ideal. This support level is not strong. Okay, and I'll show you that's why I felt on Bitcoin, which we'll get to in a moment, also a key resistance level that wasn't strong anymore. And that's because once you have, I know you've listened to this before, Paul, it's on repeat. Igor, I just want to share my thoughts with you because obviously I want to know what you think. Yeah. But so when you, for example, like, you get that breakout and the retest, this is the very strong support level, and then it plays out. We've got the weekly resistance just above it. When this price action comes back down to the support level, it's not as strong anymore because it's already played out, right? It's not the same as when it kind of bounces a few times and then goes up. But if it breaks out and comes back lower, this will be weak. This will be a very weak support area. So I do expect it to break out. So if it breaks down here, then you can wait for a retest and then go lower. And then, so that's why, well, I do think we're going to go lower because the bullish kind of bias in the short term on the dollar index. And also the technical analysis you can see it on the pound US dollar chart. So just to go to that, well, we are going to go over to Bitcoin now, but I just to kind of give another example of this resistance area is on Bitcoin. Let me just find a clean chart. So I'll just quickly find it. Okay, that was the 61.8 retracement level on Bitcoin. Right, which is that was a very strong resistance level at the time. We broke out of the channel here. We broke out of that channel, and then we were, Paul and I were in agreement, believe it or not, about a pocket area that is going to be.
That we're in disagreement.
I'm just
premise.
Well, no, I'm just joking. No, but so we went for that pocket area, and it came down. Okay, so this is a significant resistance area, and it played out to the monthly support level. Now we get back to this resistance area. Now it's not strong anymore because this resistance area already played out. So when it comes all the way back up there, once it's already played out, then the resistance is very weak. Okay, so you really need to prepare for it to break. Now where we are right now, on Bitcoin, this is a much stronger resistance level where we are right now, the 94 level. identified on the monthly time frame because of the noise on the daily, so many spikes and wicks and so on. So it's difficult to like where exactly is the resistance, but it's clear on the monthly, and you go back to the daily, it's over here, it's the 94. So the first time it approaches this level, that is when the level is really at its most significant. So we really want to see it just kind of move away a little bit, maybe form a higher low. That's just how I read it. I know we all have a slightly different approach. But yeah, so if we can get down here, make that little pullback and then go back up there, then this resistance is not as strong anymore. But if we're going to bounce off it right now, then, and it breaks through, then that's very, very, very good for Bitcoin. Okay, it's already good for Bitcoin. I just think like right now we're just in a little bit of a pullback phase, right? But this is definitely an area that you don't want to ignore, I think. But the point was just on support resistance, key support resistance levels. Once it plays off that level and comes back to it, and when I mean play off, it does what you think it's going to do. When it goes back to that level, it kind of loses its significance. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Robert, nice to see you, Robert. Look at these awesome group of gentlemen. You're not looking in a mirror, Robert, like one of those like never-ending mirrors. No. Good to see you, mate. All right, so right now today I'm still in this trade. I'm short on Bitcoin and I'll show you the level. I think for those of you who didn't catch it yesterday. I'm short on Bitcoin. I'm targeting the 50 level. Will I get it? Well, we'll see. But it's a case of I do think we're going to get a pullback, and maybe to the 50 level, I would definitely start to be more. Well, I'll definitely start to look for price to turn around. But that's if we get it. If the daily ends something like this, that's definitely bearish, right? This is like a inverse hangman kind of candle, but there's a number of hours left before the day closes, so we could still end inside that candle, which is I think is still pretty bearish. But yeah, so this is a significant resistance level right now where we are on Bitcoin. And today it was just a lot of chop. The markets went up, and Bitcoin also retraced a little bit up to the upside. Well, you know exactly what today like. Just look at the daily candle. We dropped this morning when I had a look. We were dropping. Now, the other thing is just, let me just go to the 4-hour, where maybe you can see it more, clear on the daily. When you get like a really steep angle like that, and you expect a retracement, it hardly ever happens like, the very next candle. It can take 4, 5, 6 candles, because it needs to kind of slow down and then come down. So this is a little bit too soon. I think it could take maybe a couple of days, but I think for the next week, Bitcoin is just going to be in a little bit of it's just going to cool down after that, that breakout. And then we can start in the new month. I think we can expect it to go higher. I don't know exactly how high, but this strong wick at the lower end, this is a very, very strong bullish candle, also coming off the monthly support level. Yeah, so I'll just show you where the profit taking area is. If you look at the monthly, the 90,500 level is around there. Not completely unrealistic, right? Not completely unrealistic. So, but we'll see what happens. But anyway, that's how I'm playing it at the moment. Over to Paul, Igor. Which one of you want to take over for now?
Igor, please.
No problem. Thank you, guys. First, let I show my trades just for the beginning, and then I will start to talk more about that. Okay, so right now, I hope yes, you see that I have trades. So I have several trades. Some of them are from the yesterday, and today I just add more because I'm positive right now. So I'm short euro dollar and British pound dollar. And if these trades do not exist right now, I would enter into sell position for British pound dollar. And I will just describe why. And I will try to just elaborate the whole picture. I will go to the trading view now, just for better perspective. So the first thing that I want to show you right now is if we go to the futures market, if you go to the futures market and see the last hour is a doji candle, nothing special, but you can see the strong bearish volume, which is excellent trigger for a sell trade and can be based on my experience. The next thing that I want to show you is that right now on 30-minute chart, we are in the phase of the breakout of the relative strength index that from the last 2 days. So it's broken. It's broken. It's a 4 minutes to the end of this 30 minutes session. So this moment is excellent based on my, of course, opinion, to enter into short trade to the British pound dollar. And now I will show you just the bigger picture how I look this. So if you remember, I think we were together when I made one trade in the end of the session, and that trade was a very bad trade because I lose that trade. Just I think half hour after we finished the session, it was I think some moment here, and then we just went more than 100 pips down. So this.
Oh, did you go long there?
Yes, I tried long. I think in this moment here, if you see on the chart, I went in bullish trend. I was thinking that we are in range. We are starting to push higher. The overall market structure is bullish and daily bullish. Everything is bullish. We didn't have any bearish day. Everything was fine. But of course, in one moment, market starts to go another direction. And it's a little bit tricky because it was more than 1 hour or 2 hours after the opening session. So it's in the middle of the US session. We switch the trend, which is not very often. However, it happens. So after that, everything changed. So what's happened there, and it's very important, we had a strong push during the Asia session. It was insane, more than 100 pips. And in one moment, especially here, a lot of traders be ready to enter long again. But what was the problem in that moment? Here, on this level here, even that we maybe broke the bearish relative strength index on the 30-minute chart, there is two things that's very important. The one thing is we were way below the pivot point area. So the pivot point was a little bit above here, maybe more. And it was, I think, at the same level, which was the previous support for this bullish trend here. And it's very important. Why? Because, as you know, the pivot point, you use a high, low, and close. But the low and close was actually the same price. And because of that, we had a very, very pivot point on different place. And what's happened there here, Jannie, you just described a little bit about 50% of Fibonacci retracement was here. And at the same time, it was the simple moving average on 1 hour chart. And all of that, we were below. So we were whole day actually below. And it was just the excellent point for sell trade. And I think that Michael Coach, he would enter here because this is L1 for him. If anyone who wants to check his strategy, but this strategy is very good because you have a high, you then have a break of structure, you have a little bit pullback, and then you make a sell order here. So this was a perfect area for sell order. And the good thing, I made a trade. It was the yesterday in that moment somewhere here. And it was a really good trade for my perspective in that moment. And I still keep that trade. Even we went 100 pips down from that moment. Now I'm back here again for British pound dollar and euro dollar. That today we started to go up. We have a bullish push, but there is one important thing. As you can see, the previous daily high is way above today previous day high, and last 2 hours are bearish. We tried to go above that level. We didn't succeed, and after that we are starting to go down. So I believe right now that British pound dollar trend will go down. And today, even we can see, for example, we are 0.4% bullish for British pound dollar and 0.4% bullish for euro dollar. It's nothing, because the day is not finished. And really, I see that market is still bearish comparing to this area that we far away from that area. So my bullish bearish validation point for British pound dollar and my stop loss is 1.334. And for euro dollar, my stop is actually my entry point from the yesterday, just above 1.14 level, maybe 14.1, 14.2. But I think even if we go to the yesterday high, still below this level, we are bearish. So I can buy euro dollar only if I see breakout of this previous day high. So I believe that right now we are completely bearish for euro dollar and British pound dollar, even that it not looks like now. And based on my experience, I just wanted to tell this is something that I know that my best trades are usually the trades that are very tough when I enter in them. When I want to keep them maybe 1 day, 2 days, or something like that, because in the moment when I enter the trade, maybe we're bullish and I want to be a bearish, and it looks like I'm counter trend trader, but my bias is bearish, and I believe in the bearish trend.
So I believe in the bearish trend. Yeah,
yes,
look,
yes,
I mean, no, I don't think it's that controversial. I did definitely look at that chart. It's definitely a downtrending chart for sure. I mean, what's your bias on the longer time frame? Are you still like overall bullish over the longer term on the pound US dollar?
Yes, of course, because on 4-hour chart and the daily chart, we're still bullish. I need to admit that. Yeah. But on the intraday level, I'm bearish. So, but when I think a little bit, like I saw previously, I'm watching right now a COT report. Maybe later, when Paul finished about crypto, maybe I will just talk a little bit about that.
Oh, you're gonna have no time left. You'll have no time left.
if we have time, because it's a little bit not so important. It's a really big movement. But what I see on the COT report, I'm watching all big, large traders, large speculators there, and I see how every single week they remove their positions, like they're starting to be long for US dollar again. So on the US dollar Swiss, on the British pound dollar, on the euro dollar, and everywhere. So I think it's not sure thing, because we can have 1 month again bullish trend and then to go down, but there is a probability that this trend is maybe beginning of the larger bearish trend, maybe on the daily chart. So this is why I'm monitoring what's happened in the market, and as you can see, I will just push here maybe 1 week chart just to see. Look this. Last year, this was the high, exactly this price that we had this week. So we touched that high, maybe we can start to go down after that. If we watch like a retest price level for British pound dollar. Of course, this is nothing, this is just speculation, but there is a probability, just because this reports from the COT reports. So we will see if it will be a bigger pullback or not. But I'm seeing that opportunities there. And like I said, there is one more thing. It's for swing traders. US dollars. Let me go US dollar, Swiss franc. I will go there, and I will go to the daily chart. As you can see, right now we broke the relative strength index trend line like this. And okay, it's a little bit better. I think that I draw well. So we broke this. Of course, I need to wait the end of this day. But if we keep a bullish trend here today, and this candle maybe become a bullish candle, I will enter in this position for the long term. And my trigger is not just a relative strength index indicator. I watch the COT report, and I see that the large speculators really aggressively remove the sell orders for US dollar Swiss and now going long. So I think that in the long term we can see reversal here. So this is the trades that I'm watching right now, and that I want to trade. But I don't know what will happen here. Of course, this is the early phase, and in the early phase you can miss, but if you enter in a good position level, it can be really good. And just for the end of this first analysis, I just want to tell you, I didn't tell you my targets, and I forget to that. So the first target for British pound dollar, I forget to tell you, it's at this price here, 1.3235. I think it was the low on the April 22. So
sorry, Igor, are you in that trade right now, or are you still waiting for confirmation?
I'm in that trade for euro dollar and British pound dollar. I'm already in very positive right now. I think I'm positive more than 30 pips in British pound dollar, and I think that this is the first target. Of course, if someone decide to make this trade to be swing trade, you can keep your target open, because if that happens, we'll have a lot of targets till down, because of this market structure right now. We're really on the top right now. And
the thing is, sorry, carry on.
Yes, please, Jannie. I just want to hear.
No, I just wanted to say, you're right. That is a good target, but you see, this is why I don't believe in missed opportunities. So even though I won't be entering now, I would like it to go on the pound US dollar to go just a little bit higher. But if I don't get it, then if it does go to your level, then that's another opportunity, because it will very likely break out from there, and then you have another opportunity for a retest from that breakout. So, but I agree with that opportunity, definitely. It does look very good, even on the 4-hour time frame. Did you have a look at the 4-hour?
Yes, I was watching that. So
you see that's a very nice, That's so it came back to the 50, and you can see it's rejecting. So that is the level of interest. So I would personally just wait for that candle to close. So that would be another hour and a half or something like that. When does the next candle close? Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes, that candle will close. That's a very strong rejection of, again, that 50 and the high it made on that 50 before it came back down. Yes. So I agree with that setup. Yeah, as you were, Igor.
But I like, from your speech earlier, I like your opinion about these retest levels, because I agree with you. If we retest the previous support, it's not strong enough, and we can see the more push down. So for the British pound dollar, for euro dollar, for any asset. So when I see that push, I really think that this can be really a long-term bearish trade. Maybe I will open my targets. Maybe I will open my targets, and for euro dollar and for British pound dollar. And it's very important thing that I didn't discuss a lot, but euro dollar. Look, euro dollar. If we just watch, this was the high from the yesterday, and today we are far away from this high, from the yesterday high. And I think that euro dollar really leading in bearishness when we compare with British pound dollar. So last 3 months, euro dollar was more volatile, more faster with the bigger gains. And now in this trend, euro dollar is more bearish than British pound dollar, and it's more volatile. And if you watch right now, you will see that the euro dollar, for example, hold this day a little bit, pull back up, but nothing special, while British pound dollar has a really push higher. So I think that even the both pairs are bearish. I think that euro dollar is more bearish than British pound dollar, and which means that the overall trend is shifting. So it's just some logic. Maybe later I will discuss more about that, but I want to give the Paul a chance to talk about cryptos because it's interesting.
All right, sorry. Just before you do, Paul, we just have a hi, Andre. Good to see you as always. Asking a question about the pound US dollar, whether it can go down to 1.317 and then rise. Igor, what do you think about the level 1.317? If you don't mind,
it's one of the levels, but for me, it's not so strong. I think that this level, it's nothing to hold. I think nothing special to hold here. Yes, we had around 1.32 level previous some kind of the resistance that we broke. But I think that this level, if we see the breakout here, will never hold this and will go more bearish. It's just, of course, in that moment, I need to check my relative strength index, and I need to see which is momentum for the British pound dollar, of course. But if I see, for example, on the daily chart right now, let me see this. On the daily chart right now, we are around 60 relative strength index. In that moment will be maybe more around 50, which usually when we have a bearish divergence, in that moment a price starts to accelerate. So I think that if that happens and we have that kind of momentum, price will go much down for the British pound dollar. But of course, in that moment, I need to watch how market reacts and what's happened there. It's just a scenario. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I also would say it would make more sense to look for opportunities to go short rather than to wait for a level to go long, because the shorts are definitely on. I mean, I can just quickly show you the levels that I have of interest that I would like to see the higher low forming, if you don't mind, Igor.
Of course.
And then we'll pass over to Paul. He hasn't had a word in today. Sorry, Paul. Okay, let's have a look. All right, so here is the. All right, so this is the chart. Now pay attention to the structure and the picture forming and so on. So the 1.32 level, as I already mentioned, is not a strong support level. And if you look at the pattern that's busy forming, you have the double top there. This is the 4-hour time frame, right? And another thing that's potentially busy forming right now is a head and shoulders pattern. Okay, here's the left shoulder. There's the hat. The hat, yeah, it's a little hat there. The head, and then this is the shoulder on the right hand side. Do you see that? There's the peak of the shoulder. This is it. So if this comes, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to form out, but it's going to go lower. This is not a strong support. It's going to fail, and then the level of interest will be much lower. Because remember, like, we really need a higher low, and I would look at 136. So 130 1.612 is the exact level of where this line is drawn, which is a 50% Fibonacci retracement level. And the level just below that is a 1.30125, 1.30125. And if you look at the daily, you see that's that support, the 130.125. Do you see that? Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So that is okay. That is a strong support level. Okay, because it hasn't really been in play yet, so it could potentially go to that level. But all the levels above that, there's no other real levels apart from this one yet, the 1.32058 to be exact. Yeah, so it would make more sense to focus on opportunities to go short rather than to wait for it to go long right now, because you could wait for a long time. You could wait for a long time. Yeah. Paul is just he's sitting there soaking it all up and laughing inside because he's about to tell us in a moment how it really should be done.
Robert's calling me Highlander again.
I gotta love it. So yeah, what's your take on the levels that I've just showed you there, Igor? Do you like? I mean, we all can have different levels, but those are my go-to kind of levels, and they seem to be quite reliable.
Yes, of course. Because if you go to any chart and you find on the weekly basis some low and highs, and on daily basis low and highs, and put that price levels like you did, that levels will be really strong. So
yeah.
2 months ago resistance, now is support. 6 months ago support, now resistance. So it's a normal. Price oscillates there without that levels, and it's very okay. But the biggest problem for our traders is when we reach that level, will that price go down or up?
But we've got tools for that. You need to. This is where the price action and the patterns and those things come into play, because you can't just blindly trade off a level, right? There needs to be, like, if someone asks you what's the reason for the trade, well, was at the 50. That's not a reason for a trade. That's just a level of interest. That's just the price level where it should price or the charts grabs your attention, and now you're interested in the charts. But now you need to look for, the double tops, double bottoms, ascending, descending triangles, or just like triangles is not pointing in any direction. Just like a kind of pointy nose triangle, just pointing straight in the head of you, or even candles, things like engulfing candles. There needs to be a reason for the things that you would typically look for. So if you look, for example, at an engulfing candle that's forming inside in the middle of a range, that's a really weak engulfing candle. You're in the middle of a range, but an engulfing candle coming off a key resistance area, that means something, okay? Because it shows you there's very strong rejection, but the catalyst for the trade is that key level, okay? The key level grabs your attention, but you don't just press the button, right? Like I always use this example and of the pound US dollar. Igor, we haven't been in the session together, so I'll just quickly go through this. But remember the breakout we had on the pound US dollar that was ranging to the side for so long. Right, it breaks out, and then we were waiting for a pullback level. We identified the 50 and the 61.8, right, as a potential level of interest. So that's all it is. It's just a level of interest. It doesn't mean you're going to buy there. It's just a level of interest. So when it gets to the 50 pullback level, it's like, okay, it's at that level. Now let's have a look at price action. Oh, look at that. It just crashed through. Did you lose money? No, because you didn't even place a trade. It was just a level where you start to get interested in price action, or at where you want to start to look at the market. Didn't happen. Okay, great. Now I'm not interested in the trade anymore. So that's all that the levels are for. But you have to identify them based on, well, whatever is available to you. And it will typically be just support resistance levels on longer time frames. The weekly, monthly, daily, okay, that's where you're going to get your levels from. And when you get steep angles and it starts to pull down, you can use Fibonacci retracement levels like over here. Unless you have a strong support level, well, I don't think this is one, because we've already had it and it's now much weaker. So you have to go lower than that, and this is it. Those are the levels. All right, Andre, I hope that answered your question. It was a very long answer, but there you go. Paul, over to you, my friend.
Well, not much has changed really since yesterday.
It's such an anti-climax. Oh, okay.
Let me just. Well, it's true. I mean, we've kept days like this, right? I mean, I've been. Thursday for me is a crypto news day, so I've been getting into all the news and all that kind of weeds and stuff. That'll be out tomorrow for those of you who want to subscribe to Ola Prime X YouTube channel. Yes, it's just sitting here. It's obviously, we've talked about the, most likely a pullback, at least to the 200 MA, and we're trying to assess what those levels might be. This one obviously is the first one. We haven't, it's just sitting pretty right now. But it's one of those things, isn't it? When the longer it stays in this range, the longer there's a chance that it could find its feet here. So, and it's obviously been here for a good couple of days now. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. But I've got a couple of charts to just have a look at in terms of what's making sense of what's happening. So in terms of we're looking for that higher low in the price action. If I can just find the chart. Yeah, we're obviously looking for a bit of a pullback. Ideally, the altcoin market wants to see doesn't really want to see this carry on up from here, because it's desperate to get the full confirmation of this switch from a downtrend to an uptrend on the intermediate. So, any upwards movement from here might make long traders for the altcoins a little bit skittish, because they're waiting for a pullback. And if Bitcoin's overextended, people will be quite fearful of entering a long position. So we really want it to come down into this area to complete this reversal pattern, and then we can continue on our way. And that might be the best scenario for altcoins. If Bitcoin goes up from here, maybe not. But this is 1 week, and we've got the MACD, which I don't use very often, to be honest, and the RSI on the bottom. And there is some hidden bullish divergence. And for those of you which are not familiar with hidden bullish divergence, it's typically associated with a continuation, which means, of course, if this plays out, we'd expect Bitcoin to surpass previous highs. And of course, on the weekly chart, though, this happens in slow motion. So, but just food for thought, we're talking about, is there going to be a continuation here? We're looking for signals. We're looking for what's happening under the hood. Divergence is as close to a crystal ball as you can get. So yes, see how that plays out. But obviously, a confirmation, invalidation of that divergence would be a move lower from here. And just see previously where this is a 1 hour chart. The price action has kind of previously bounced on the 1 hour when the RSI. This is April, start of the month. And then it bounced again here in the middle of the month. And then 4 days ago, we had the bounce. And now here we are. Now, obviously, this is kind of ranging price action, so I'm not sure we necessarily will see the same sort of thing. But we're talking about a pullback. What's going to get the RSI to come back down here? Well, I'm not quite sure, to be honest, because if we lose this, because we're above the median line now, so maybe this is the end of these this kind of pattern, and we might just see a bounce off the median line coming from it. I mean, any thoughts on this very basic viewpoint on Bitcoin, just based on the 1 hour RSI being oversold? Any thoughts?
Igor, you're the RSI man. You love your RSI. What do you? I think you'll probably give a very kind of professional point of view.
Yes, but when I try to draw a relative strength index, I always try to see if you just watch that. This is some kind of triangle relative strength index, So you can draw like from the high to the low, but in the same time you can draw a trend line from the low to the high here, because it's just even the previous, I think this level, when you from that level you can start to draw, for example, and the low on the relative sentiments. Not, yes, here, for example, you can draw here, for example, and it's a you know, two coins you can watch. Is it for someone it's bullish, for someone it's bearish, and we are still right now forming the future bigger trend, and we will see what will that be. So that this can be a really big bullish trend. So we will see.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, you know, these the words are failing me today, but, you know, these can get, when we're thinking about what does Bitcoin need to do next, what do we want to see Bitcoin to do next in terms of, and we're always, you know, it's not just about getting Bitcoin's price higher, it's about getting Bitcoin's price higher in the best possible way. And we were talking about like XRP the other day when I was looking at the very strange price action, historically speaking, and it's very difficult for me to get my head around it. And I think what we want from, and when we've got so much uncertainty, all we need, the best possible scenario for altcoins to move will be Bitcoin to have the most organic price action possible, which is your classic reversal pattern, fully fulfilled, your higher high with your higher low, and then we go up gradually, right? If we get a move now to all-time highs, that isn't particularly helpful for the altcoin market, because of course we'll arrive at a much higher point without the pullback, which makes it very difficult for the altcoin for long trades to find their feet. So, you know, it's interesting how like a pullback to here won't necessarily make the RSI oversold. So I think we might have seen the end of this, but just food for thought, of course. And I think, Igor, what you said is probably, you know, this is probably the line to watch now. So, you know, a retrace back to here might be the lower high the higher low we need. Just check in with some of the setups we've been looking at this week, because they're not. I'm still waiting for entrances. So GMX hasn't yet come down. I am gonna I'm gonna raise my entrance up to this moving average. But again, when you're trading in these, you know, the 4-hour time frame, it is a bit of a waiting game throughout the week to get the entrances you want. And the same with MKR. It's only eked its way out, but in the last 24 hours, it hasn't even come down to the moving average to give me my entrance. So I'm still waiting. So I got 2 trades I'm waiting on. But the other top altcoin picks, Dupe again it's coming back down. It's retesting the 200 MA. Because of hesitation in the market, I would only suggest, you know, this is the area to come in, because I'm just not sure, you know, the bullish Dupe has got enough legs to carry on without fully retesting this level yet. This is what we were talking about earlier as well, the first, the second, the third touches, right, and what they mean relative to each other. So the first retest of an area following a breakout is the most significant. You're going to have the most buyers or sellers, depending on which direction you're trading in, coming in there. But you look at but obviously if it bounces now, it comes back down to this moving averages, gives people an entrance for a long trade. But then you have a second kind of bounce and it comes back down. The buyers here are starting to weaken. So, you know, we do want these clean kind of moves in order to ensure we're not kind of draining the buyers. If we see this is really going to suggest that we might be coming down, because the buyers just can't propel us, and it seems like the sellers are taking control. So, you know, the first touch is what you want. The bounce off the 200 MA is obviously suggesting that this is the area. But yeah, and yeah, cookies the same, very similar pattern. I like this one better because the moving average is down here, but just be patient, wait for the pullback. There's a nice little kind of golden cross kind of forming potentially at the moment, which would give added confluence for cookie, especially having a nice little support.
I've never had a cookie with a golden cross on it, but you know,
it's there's a bakery around the corner which doesn't. So
golden cross. Yeah, you're right though. Yeah,
this is lever. Just charted this while you guys were talking earlier, as I've had a bit of a full day. Again, we've got this symmetrical triangle. We have a serious higher high. We've got a potential reversal pattern, higher low, and here we are. So this is a very classic breakout trade, and again, we're just waiting for the price action to come down. Bit of confluence with the 50, longer, a bit more overarching support from the 200. This is just a 1 hour though, so you know this is more of a short-term trade. But the idea would be, of course, to try and capitalize on a bounce from this confluence with the 50, the diagonal line and the horizontal in this little pocket, and then just ride it up to the 618 and disappear. And this is a trade which I'm looking at the moment, which looks like it's going pretty well. ENA, which I've just put on again while you guys were talking. See, I am working. There is.
But not listening.
I can do both. I'm a teacher. So I have eyes in the back of my head and ears on my elbows. So there is. This is obviously I'm trying to capitalize on a bearish retest of this level following a breakout. Now there's a broader pattern on ENA, which is very bullish. It's can't quite remember. It's not a cup and handle, but this is just a 5-minute chart. But the idea for me was I've seen some divergence pop up. If I zoom out, we can see it. Seeing some divergence pop up, and we're obviously oversold and quite extended. And this is the first move out of this area. So because where Bitcoin is, because Bitcoin's here, and we might be. Was that me or somebody else? So
there's somebody's MT405. It's probably yours, Igor.
Yes,
we might be. Oh, is it yours, Igor? Keen to find out what that is in a minute. So obviously, we know Bitcoin is most likely going to have a bit of pullback, and you have to take that into consideration when you're looking at these setups, because this is overextended, and I'm hoping that the TA here and Bitcoin will help me bring this price action down, and currently it seems to be working out. So just a very modest little trade, just trying to take bottom at the profit at the bottom, but that seems to be playing out as we speak. But yeah, that's essentially what I've got today. Not much is happening, just a couple of additional setups. The Ethereum is
Igor, sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but Igor is he's getting trigger happy. He's opening trades. Like, how many did you open? Like an 11. Yes, Igor is confident.
Multiple accounts, yes.
You've got 11 trades open.
Not 11. Only 6, yes.
Full margin.
Well, Ethereum definitely
not that.
Then yeah, please don't tell me that's true. But obviously, Ethereum is not going to be one of those 11 trades, I don't think, Igor, even though we are making gains. But that's essentially crypto from me today. Pretty static, no moves, just waiting to see what Bitcoin does next. But a couple of trading opportunities for people if you're bored tonight. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Bitcoin as well, if you do see the 94,000 level, that is a good place to enter for a short. I think for the short term, just make sure you put your stop losses. This is not advice; it's just my analysis.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we talked about how I don't typically trade Bitcoin. Bitcoin is my
it's your indicator, like we look at the dollar index, for example.
Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, for sure. I mean, and it's a slightly different beast, of course, but I use that to chart the stars. And this trade, obviously, I've just put in at the moment. That Bitcoin is integral to that process, and any crypto trader, you need to do that. You need to look at the trade, look at the divergence, see what you're seeing in the TA, and then see if Bitcoin aligns. And today, in this session, it has, and the trade's currently in the process of playing out. But obviously, if Bitcoin reverses from here, I'll probably get stopped out. But Igor, show us, please, your full capital 11 trades, please.
That's just you do know I just made that up, right? I just made it up. I just said
I do know be much more responsible than that. Yes.
Yes.
But Paul, but Paul, I just wanted to ask you about the altcoin market. Would you say that, I know you mentioned a couple of the ones that you're looking at or focusing on, but would you say the entire altcoin market has now also is also turning around, showing the same signals that Bitcoin is doing? Because I know you said, I think probably maybe a week or two ago, that even though Bitcoin is looking like it's going up, you don't see the same from the altcoin market. So do you feel that has changed now?
No, most. I mean, look,
no.
Some setups will break kind of the pattern they're in, but a lot of them are in negative price discovery and have a lot of work to do, which means they need sustained bullish movement from Bitcoin to recover, right? And they obviously need to see, the money flow trickles down. So some low caps and mid caps are going to wait to see what Ethereum does. But obviously, we're seeing reversals starting to happen, but they will just reset if Bitcoin doesn't carry on its way, or even if Bitcoin does, they may still just reset because of, the next potential risk-averse news which comes out. Because remember, Bitcoin is on people's minds when things are going bad right now. We've just, if you look, there'll be I'll talk about this in the crypto news tomorrow, and there's still tons of institutional investors, lots of inflows, but that's just Bitcoin. That is just Bitcoin as a store of value, as a hedge against what's happening at the moment. People aren't going to feel the same way about Pepe, right? They're not going to be like, I'm going to put all my life savings in Pepe because the world economy is going down. But they will think of Bitcoin. So this is why we were talking about, sorry, Igor, eating into your time, but this is why I was talking about the signals we get from Bitcoin and the order we get them is fundamental to ensuring that the altcoin market has the best chance of breaking the structures which it's in at the moment and moving forwards. It could take a lot of effort to do that, and therefore if Bitcoin goes to the moon from where it is, that's not necessarily great, because we need foundation, we need really decent up down sort of price action in order for the altcoins to feel like people can enter the market. Because ultimately, even if we get that scenario, we're still looking at inflation increased inflation around the corner. So it's very problematic, and I don't see that changing until I don't see that changing anytime soon, unfortunately. But Bitcoin obviously can help, and we're hoping it will do over the next few days.
Yeah, because I see, I don't know why, but I think it's because of some of the altcoins that you showed, especially that one with that massive 90% drop. Yes. I view the altcoin market like penny stocks. Maybe it's not the correct view, but it almost falls into that category.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. But this. We've talked about there's different portions to the market, right? There's you trade assets you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable trading with low caps, then don't trade them, because low caps will do that, right? If something happens, or there's a hack or whatever, or or a mainnet rollout or a fork goes wrong, then that's what happens, of course. But it's you have to know what you're trading, right? I'm not saying you have to understand what's going on with the project or anything like that, but you need to understand its size. You need to understand its capabilities and what its potential is, either direction, if the worst case scenario happens. And in case of Mantra, we had a fearful environment in the crypto space at a key level, and then something went terribly wrong, and there's some kind of squeeze or something, and then it just goes to the floor. But for every 90%, but this is the point, right? A 90% drop for that token is almost at 1,000% increase if it goes back to where it was, and that's the opportunity.
Yeah. I would rather short then. I would rather short, because do you see 1,000% gains on those altcoins, or is it more like the drops are more severe, more significant? I'm trying to figure out if it makes more sense to focus on shorting opportunities.
Obviously, the up and down percentage is obviously dependent on the the price of the asset, proportionally speaking. But yeah, I mean, look, there's FET, Render, RNDR, AI token, and Octane rendering use case RNDR. They put in 1,000% following October 2023 with Bitcoin's move from just 3 or 4 months. So that was 1,000% upwards, which is a massive effort at that stage in the cycle. So, but they're the cream of the crop. But the point I was making about Mantra is, like, every terrible situation, there's an opportunity. And my mentor made his fortune simply trading oversold bounces, V-shaped bounces, right? And other markets, you can't necessarily do that because the extreme and volatile nature of the reversal doesn't typically occur. Now, you're seeing quite a lot of that at the moment because the market's in chaos. But I'm guessing that Forex isn't typically that exciting, right? In terms of,
No. I mean, look, we get excited about 100 pip move. We're talking pips, not even percentages. The percentage is like, it's a fraction of a percent. So no.
So you're talking pips, I'm talking satoshis. So that's
it would be interesting to see whether Bitcoin ever reaches that level, because it is trading against the US dollar. I wonder if it will ever get to a point where it's way more stable, and it's not you don't talk about percentages anymore. You're going to talk about points. Bitcoin went up 50 points today.
Look,
I'm not sure.
I think that's certainly a possibility. I think we have in the next 5 years or so, the next cycle, it will be all about, kind of making sense of institutional adoption and understanding how that's going to impact the price action. And I think that most likely will lead to more volatility, a breaking of traditional cycles, perhaps, and more and a fresh kind of cycle and action. And I think obviously, the economic issues may force that too. But when you got to think about like, so Bitcoin is a finite supply that can only ever be 21 million Bitcoin, and we're not far off that. But obviously, as we approach that, and the price goes higher, we're not going to reach that for 20, 30, 40 years maybe, right? But what does that look like when an asset is in so much demand and there's so little of it and the price is so high? Does it behave like a speedboat or an oil tanker? I'm not so sure, to be honest. So it'll be interesting to find out in the next 5 years. So let's sit back and watch.
Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah, that's the only thing we can do. But don't you feel like this $1 million value is a bit kind of...
No,
that's
no.
Because I mean, look at gold. If you look at gold, because that's the most similar thing to Bitcoin, even though gold is physical. Gold is at 3,500, or that was the highest point, right? Before it came down. What was the high? Yeah, 3,500. I think pretty much. What was the high? Wow, 3,500.12. That was the high. Huh?
I think you have to look at it.
Damn, that was like exact.
What's happening in the world at the moment in terms of institutional adoption. And it's and you look at a situation like we are in at the moment, right? And it's quite unbelievable that people are still looking to invest in a digital currency whilst all this chaos is going on. So I actually there's a lot of risks for Bitcoin, right? Because just like there is anything, but there is quantum computing. And encryption technology is a risk to Bitcoin for sure, right? Now, it could get hacked and broken before it reaches 1 million, but presuming that doesn't happen, and that's a strong, presumption. 1 million, absolutely. I can see it 1 million for sure. If digital money is the future, and we see even the United States talking about, digital assets and digital reserves and the US digital dollar beyond what Tether is today, I can see it for sure. No doubt. Yeah. But I mean,
I struggle to get my head around that one, but that's just because I'm not into crypto as deeply as you are. Maybe that's why. But I can't get my head around it.
Well, it's bigger. It's bigger now than Google, right?
Yeah.
Now just think about that company and the assets, right, and the cash they have on hand, right? Now look at Bitcoin. Right. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, it's obviously, you lose these points, but when you start having an asset which is standing toe to toe with some of the biggest companies in the world, it's like.
Yeah, but the problem, the difference for me is like a company like Google or Apple, they have the value comes from they've got products, they have physical goods that they sell, so it makes sense. I don't understand the value in Bitcoin. I can't understand it.
Well,
where does the value come from?
Tax?
I think I don't think so, because I mean the Bitcoin is traceable, right? They can tax you.
Well, look,
they can trace you. They can't do that on gold. Gold.
Yeah, but look, they'll find it if you put it in your suitcase. That's for certain. I think look, there is the cross-borders nature of what Bitcoin is. The whole point was to give, I don't want to sound, but power back to the people, right? To not have banks controlling the money we hold. So my bank account is FCIS insured, and there's benefits to that, in terms of, protecting my money. But I can have, all my money on a little wallet, away from prying eyes, away from everybody, away from everything, and I can just take it with me anywhere I go without having to worry about how much cash I'm bringing to a country or anything like that. And there's obviously we're not trying to promote any nefarious behavior here, of course, but the use case for a decentralized kind of asset is, I mean, in the future, I mean, you look at the way the world's going, and the order of the dollar is is maybe over, right? And we're going to have a lot of diversification in terms of, you know, what's going to be the next big thing. And then you ask yourself the question, does the next big thing, you know, does the next dollar need to be paper cash? I mean, does it need to be that, or can it be a digital asset, which is the next leading asset in the space, right? That determines the world economy. Now, when you think of it like that, and you try and figure out, you know, what is it going to be? Bitcoin is certainly on the list still, again. And what does that look like? It's you can pay for food and stuff with Bitcoin. You can pay your taxes in some countries now with Bitcoin. You can buy Tesla with Bitcoin. Not that I'm suggesting you should do that, but it's like this is, so I think, imagine a world in the future. If you imagine something, if you try and really construct something which isn't obvious, which you can't possibly imagine, and you might arrive closer to the truth and the reality of what's coming than if you try and look at the future through the guise of an old system, right?
I fully agree with the new system, and Bitcoin is a fantastic system, and I have made several payments using Bitcoin, received payments using Bitcoin. It's great, but I'm specifically talking about the value, and also they're gonna have to work on, like, you know, how much is this? Oh, this will be 0.00013 Bitcoin, please. It's like a weird number.
You've got to think about the fact that since we stopped using physical coins, which had a value in terms of metal, right, and then we switched essentially to an economy which worked on noughts and ones, right, where the Federal Reserve is essentially creating money, we're going more in debt, we're creating money, we're going more in debt, and it's just everything's ridiculously over leveraged, and it's not a sustainable system, which is why over the last 20 years we've seen some serious fundamental problems with how we look at it in that context. We haven't really had a physical asset or of value, right, to actually trade for maybe 100 years. And when you look at Bitcoin through that guise, then there's not real much different, because the whole money system at the moment is just based on noughts and ones, essentially, on a computer in the Federal Reserve, right? And, you know, Bitcoin is obviously not of that world. It hasn't been born of that world, but it's principally not that dissimilar compared to the way the world economy works at the moment, which is essentially all digital as well, which is a interesting, perhaps, way to look at things. But Igor, look, I'm talking too much. Please take over now.
I like to listen to you, Paul, and I just want to add something just because of Jannie, because one of the value of the crypto, I think, is really not to paying tax. But I watch in this way. Imagine that, Paul, you have a company, Jannie, you have a company, I have a company. I send you money, someone will pay a tax. Another person send money, pay a tax. And we can make a chain of 10 companies, and you will see how many times will government take tax from us. And when you collect that money, it's a crazy thing. If we just start to send money to each other, we will lose all money, and all money will take the government. And in this way, when you have a crypto, no one take 20%, 25%, 30% from you for any transaction, only exchange office. And this is the pure benefit of the crypto market that I like, for example, that problem that you have really good stuff. And another question related to the penny stocks. I really agree with Jannie. It looks like a penny stocks, but there is one big advantage that I like, is when Bitcoin starts to going up, all that penny stocks are correlated in the way that they will start to go up. And if I invest in 30 coins, I think that I will guess 20 coins will go up if Bitcoin going up, and I can make money if I watch extremely as a lottery. Each coin is one lottery ticket. I will have very good winning ratio just because Bitcoin is going up, and I really like that. So
yeah.
So
they said there must have been a ton of really good short opportunities while Bitcoin was struggling, right? Because Bitcoin just struggled for like the last month at least, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying. It's short central, and the reality is that the majority of the time in the crypto market, it's all about shorts, because there are four scenarios, that Bitcoin dominance and Bitcoin combinations, right? And only one of them allows for really great altcoin movement. The rest are just standing still or bleeding or crashing, right? So shorting, getting yourself on, shorting the market is the bread and butter of crypto, really, but only for intraday stuff and short-term trades, because obviously when things switch bullish, that's when you go to medium-term holds, long-term holds, and that's the easiest way to make money, right? Just buy at the right time. But I mean, Robert says it quite best. I think the US economy is based on, sorry, not that one. It comes down to what people believe there is a value in. We look at NFTs, right? And the crazy people, no disrespect, much love, but the crazy people who buy them, right? I mean, I don't understand that. I do not understand it. Right?
No, let me explain to you, Paul.
JPEG.
There is value. Yeah, I don't understand it. But yeah, it's like all that. I know there was when it's just started to come out. Like there was this. There's this monkey. Remember this monkey?
Yes,
NFT monkey.
Yes,
there was actually a number of them, and then it sells for ridiculous amounts of money. That's also one of the things I just don't get it. I don't understand the value.
There is a perception that it is one of a kind, right? There is a perception that it's one of a kind, but I think that the perception.
But I can just take a screenshot now. I've got one as
exactly.
well.
But I think the people who are buying these either have too much money than sense, or a lack of understanding of how digital images work, right? Because it's like, you think you've got one of a kind? Screenshot. Now I have it.
This is what I'm saying. The guys, I'm just going to quickly take a long position here, if you don't mind. Just a couple of minutes here. It's not the greatest opportunity, but just to share with you. It's just a little one.
Or Igor, you're definitely having the last 5 minutes.
No problem. No.
We need to hear from you more.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the breakout level. We've got bullish candles on all three time frames. The 15, half an hour, and the 1 hour. We've got it broke through R1 on the pivot points. So the next target would be, there's a lot of space between where we are right now and R2. So it's definitely still bullish. We just broke out of this resistance. It's not really a break. Okay, idea. This is why I say it's not the best opportunity. I'd like it to get a bit of a stronger breakout and then a retest, which is not exactly what we're getting here, but you get the idea, right? Yes. Oh my God, no.
I'm nodding my head.
Not in my head, yeah. So ideally what you want to see is like this. Well, we'll see what happens with this one. But a better opportunity is like the one I took earlier. You see that's a clear breakout and a retest. You see that? That's really your good opportunities. What we're having right now is we're not really getting that, but it looks like it's at least going in my favor. But you really want to wait for those really nice breakout and retests. Igor, sorry, mate. You can have the last 7 minutes. You can tell us all about your.
Just a little thing that I started to analyze last couple of days. I will be very, very short. I will not. But this is very good thing that we can do in the trading view. So I hope that you see right now on the screen.
Yeah, sorry, I still have my screen on. There you go.
Yes. So what I did, I took a British pound dollar chart, and what I did, I entered here where is the plus, and where I can compare British pound dollar with any assets. I can compare with US dollar. I can compare with the euro dollar, which I just did. And why I'm doing this very often, like I said earlier, when I talk about British pound dollar and euro dollar, one forex pair is leading and other is in the lower volatility. And as we know, last couple weeks, maybe 1 month, euro dollar has bigger volatility, and we just went 4 or 5 years high in euro dollar, and the British dollar is only reached barely the last year high. So we can see the bigger push in euro dollar. And because of euro dollar is leading, it's a red line on the chart right now on a 5 minute. And sometimes I can see when what euro dollar is doing, and then to make some earlier trades or earlier positions for the British pound dollar in that case. So just a few minutes ago, I opened a few trades. What I realized is that we broke relative strength index on the 30-minute chart. Then we need to retest. And usually, we make 15, 20 pips down, and then we have a push higher just to touch resistance, to touch a trend line again. And this is this point that would happen right now, for example. And what I'm doing here is look this period here. This is the here it's at 1 o'clock on my trading view account. So British pound dollar is going higher and higher, and euro dollar is going high. You see, then push down. They try to little bit sideways, and usually when that happens means that British pound dollar will go down, and which happens. Usually that happens when I analyze the market on the 5 minute or some lower time frame. And this trick can be very, very good. So I can find a lot of examples here, just to find something that you can see. For example, the sideways. Yes, this is example. So on British pound dollar, we had a bearish push, and on the euro dollar, we had a bullish push. And after that, we started to go very, very down for the euro dollar and the British pound dollar too. So there is always some moment when the movements are different, and we can exploit that difference in the movements and maybe enter into better position. So this is the one trick that I just want to share with you. And a few minutes ago, when you hear that noise that I'm doing, I started to protect a little bit my trades, because I had a lot of trades in this one direction, which can be very, very, very dangerous if market starts to go in opposite direction. And I put a few pending orders to enter in the better price level, and maybe I will close them on other accounts. So I'm trying to manage my accounts as good as I can, and I really need to protect the assets. Protect the balance and everything, because I think in the trading, the most important thing is protect your funds, and then everything else. So this is the story that I want to show you, and just to tell other traders that watch this session right now. Here, when you want to compare something, you can compare British pound dollar with US dollar. You can compare with various things, but you can find the indices, you can find the financial reports, for example, and in the same time, for example, you can find an interest rate, and compare British pound dollar with interest rate, and then to see how interest rate impacts the price of the British pound dollar. So very nice tool, and it's completely free on the trading view, so you can try and maybe can see something interesting there.
Very good. Yeah, I like we spoke about for those people watching, we spoke about the pound US dollar, the 4-hour chart looking like it's forming an inverse hammer, but you always have to wait for the candle to close. Okay, it's not forming a bearish hammer; it's reversing up. So it's really, really important that you wait for a candle to close before you make. It needs to be confirmed, a confirmed inverse hammer. And when is it confirmed? Obviously, when the candle closes. So I don't think that's going to happen. So I would, I don't know what your take is, Igor. Would you still stick to those levels that we identified earlier? I think you also mentioned maybe, that testing that resistance.
Yes, for my resistance for the British pound dollar is just to find the level. So I lost the level here. It's a 1.334 for British pound dollar. This is the bullish bearish validation point. And for the euro dollar is around 1.141 or 1420. It's just an area for euro dollar, but actually we're right now far away from that completely resistance. But this is why I enter into trade, because I have a very good risk reward ratio right now. So I will pick maybe 20-30 pips, 20 pips my stop loss, and I'm trying to achieve really bigger move here. And if I lose, it's no problem, because it was a good risk reward ratio. But I think that the trend can collapse here, but we will see. I don't want to. Right now, it's a little bit messy. I hope that it will be a little bit bigger push downside. But first, this hour is not closed, so this bullish candle can be bearish very easily. And if it's bullish, it's not, like I said, it's not the end of the world, because we didn't touch the yesterday's high yet for British pound dollar and for euro dollar. So we're far away from the yesterday's high. So we are in the bearish mode yet. So I will just wait to see what will happen.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, my level is 1.336, very close to your 1.334 for pound US dollar. We may not get it tomorrow, Friday, but anyway, guys, that is time. Paul, Igor, thanks very much. Always great to see you guys. To all the viewers, thank you very much for watching. The next session will start in 29 minutes from now. So take care. Have a good evening, guys. See you again.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you, Igor. Jannie.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Michael, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Sam? I'm great. I'm great. How about yourself?
Yeah, all good, thank you. How was your trading day?
Not too bad at all, actually. Had a nice, small, easy setup today. Took advantage of it. Scraped some off. I'm actually still in it. It's
nice.
USD CAD.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I took 2 trades.
What about you? Today was better than yesterday?
Technically better because I didn't have any. I didn't get stopped out in any trade. I took 2 trades, both were good, but one was like
nice.
It was really good in my favor, and then it started turning around, and I wanted to hold it, trying to hold it to my take profit. And I look now it's hit the take profit, but it kind of went back to break even, and I got out, which kind of annoyed me. But
hello,
Michael. Aymane.
Sam, how are you doing?
How are you? I'm good. I'm good.
Awesome,
how are you?
Awesome.
Good. Tricky day for me. A little bit sad.
Yeah?
I missed a good buy, and I just took a couple of scalps and finished break even. Nothing big for me.
I missed the big US Open push up. I missed that, and then there was a tiny little pullback, and I managed to get in for a position, which worked out. But yeah, I was annoyed I missed that massive push up. It was a beautiful trade. It just went off without me, and I was too scared to jump in when it was already like boom 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 going up.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough for me because I had to control my emotions when I missed the buy like 5 minutes after the open, and then I was watching it like going, and because like in my plan I said it's so many times before, like when we have a red folder news pre session, most of the time I look for like intraday movements. So I got the confirmation, but I missed it. But it is what it is.
It is, yeah.
Yep, that's how it happens.
I'll tell you what, I'll pull up my charts. I'll share my screen real quick.
Yes.
My one wasn't that interesting today, so I'll go first. And all right, so the 2 trades I got in, I mean, look at that bull run, beautiful. But the 2 trades I got in, I missed the open right here where it came back into that area and then boom, shot up. The volume has changed since then, but originally this was a nice little gap, and we were trading above it. Came back in, it dipped in at the open and then shot off, but I missed it. But I managed to get in here. It blew through this area, came back into it, and then I managed to get in basically a trade like can't remember exactly how it looked like, but it was something like that, it looked like. And then I got in for a second position on this pullback here, but this one really annoyed me because I got in about here somewhere, and my target was this area at the top here where it's basically at now.
Right.
My stops were like pretty tight, but then this red candle in the middle, I'll just move this out of the way. But this candle here, this basically, I got out at like just I don't know, $600-700, like basically break even almost. I was up a really nice amount, and it just kept pushing back, and then I got out because I was getting nervous, and then it shot up, and I was like,
wow.
I was like, come on, like you can't make this up.
Right.
Absolute joke. Absolute joke.
It almost looked like they almost waited on you just now.
That's how it felt like, honestly, Michael. It felt like someone was watching me. It was like, oh, he's out the market, now push it up.
Yeah, that's what it looked like just now. Like that came down to the point, it looked like.
Yeah, it's just, what can you do? What can you do? But this
they're
was
masters
the first
at it,
trade.
though. Absolute masters at doing that, like the best in the business.
It's crazy, isn't it? I sometimes I do think like this is all one big prank show, like hidden camera prank show sometimes. Do you know what I mean? And everyone's in on it, and then one day I'll wake up and realize I've been pranked. Like,
right.
Because you can't make it up sometimes, but it happens. So this was the first trade. It already dipped into this area. Like I missed it again, but luckily it did come back in again. I managed to get a quick position. It never actually fully went back in, but I saw the buyers come in. I was still waiting. And I think, yeah, I can't remember exactly what I saw. I think I saw, basically it was just a short pullback, and where was it? There was something I saw. I think it was these heavy buyers here. As it started coming back and then rejecting from those and these buyers as well, I kind of thought probably might not get back into here again. It did do it back there, but I missed it. This is just like a small pullback and then it will come back up. So the moment I saw a bit of buy pressure come in the market, I, well, basically jumped in. Put my stop just below that area. Kind of just waited. Put my take profit at those highs. Kind of waited. I only entered 2 positions and then I put in my full amount the moment I saw more buyers come in, which was any moment now, basically. All pretty self-explanatory stuff. Pretty boring up to here. Not much, still kind of just moving sideways a bit. Not much happening. Kind of goes against me a little bit, but just kind of hovering around my entry price. And then somewhere, I think here, yeah, I saw, there we go. So just go back 10 seconds. It was this part here where you just see these buyers piling in now, coming in quite strong. That's when I thought, yeah, it's probably time to enter another position. Still waiting, took a while before it started going, but then eventually, this is 8 minutes in, so not that long. And then it starts taking off. And we get to this next gap in volume, but I kind of hold through it, thinking that it probably won't break. It probably won't reject off that area because it just really isn't that significant of an area. Keeps going. But then I do get out when I start seeing it go sideways again, and potentially there could be a pullback. It didn't happen. There wasn't a pullback, but you know me, I get out very, very easily. And I got out here somewhere. I think when I just remember seeing like a big amount of sellers just jumped in, and then I was like, nope. Yeah, I think it was like this 200 here or something. I was pretty, yeah, 500 something, got out as soon as I saw that. Like, nope. But then annoyingly, literally it just started going up after that. That was the lowest it went back down to again. So
yeah, that's typical. The weirdest part. So weird.
And then this one was just painful. Completely painful. Again, really nice entry. Got my entry really good. You know, this is that area where I was looking for it to pull back into. Again, doesn't really quite get there, but it gets close enough for me to start entering. So I start entering heavy the moment I saw a really nice wick occur on the 15-minute chart. I think here, yeah. So this was all red, and then the moment it got close to that area, it's just the buyers just came in out of nowhere. So I just piled on the positions basically. So went in pretty strong, pretty heavy, quite quick. But this trade played out really nicely. It just kept going. Was never in any drawdown really. Got close to a bit of drawdown. Like went back to my entry, and then look at that. It just shot up out of nowhere. This was beautiful. This was absolutely, I loved seeing this in real time happen, because it just shot up out of nowhere on the 1 minute. Bang, and then it just kept going and going and going and going. This took about half an hour. So I'll just fast forward it because this was all a bit boring. It was just kind of going sideways for a bit. And then this is about the peak it got to. And you can see the sellers are coming in, but I just thought, you know what? Normally I would get out the moment I start seeing heavy seller. I'm like, right, that's it. I'm happy. I'm out. This time I was like, no, you know what? I'm going to hold it to my take profit. I'm just going to hold it. And my take profit is all the way up here, you know. I just thought, I'm going to hold it. That was my take profit right there. Exactly where it's just got to and stopped at.
Right.
That was my take profit. I was like, no, I'm going to hold it. It's going to be fine. It will go up. Like, this is a strong uptrend. It's going to be all right. There's no reason why it will reverse at this point. Like, it's broken the last high. Everything is looking good. There's nothing terrible, do you know what I mean, going on where technically, oh, this could be a reversal.
Right.
So I just thought I'll hold it. And unfortunately, my emotions got the best of me, because the moment we started pulling back, you know, I started having this kind of pullback, and it got closer and closer to my entry price. The more nervous I got, I was thinking, should I just get out here and just secure a bit, or am I going to hold it? I really didn't know what to do in that moment. Like, I need to practice holding, I think, because I get too nervous the moment it starts going against me. Even though logically I know there's no reason why it would magically reverse at this point. There's nothing like structure-wise. There's nothing I should be scared of right now. Yet, like, I knew logically this is just a little pullback. That's all. If anything, you can buy into it. Do you know what I mean? But it just got too close to my entry where I was like, nah, this ain't. I just felt too, and I got out there. And then annoyingly, that was literally how low it went. And then it shot up. And we can see it on the actual chart. If I go to like the 1 minute, it was that right there. So I got out like here somewhere. My entry was like here. So I would have got into a tiny bit of drawdown. And then it shot up. All right, had another little pullback. And then eventually it would hit my take profit. But like, to get out there, man, that really annoyed me, because
that hurt. Yeah,
I gotta just stick to my guns and stuff.
That's like when I'll mention, like, if I want to lose, I don't want to lose by 1 point. Like, blow me out, please. Like,
yeah,
that's the worst kind of game when you lose by 1 point. Like, no, that's super lame.
You know, to get in like around here somewhere, get all that nice movement up, and then only to basically get out at, no, sorry, was this the part? Yeah, this is the part. Yeah, this is the right part. To get out basically like here, that's just poor management of a trade, man, at this point. You know what I mean? Like, there's no excuses for that. I should have either stuck to my guns and said, no, I'm going to hold through it to my take profit. I'm not getting out at, you know, I'm not going to let my emotions get the best of me. Or I should have done what I normally do and get out when I see heavy selling come in at the top here. One or the other. I got to stick to one. Like, if I got to hold my, I got to stick to my guns on stuff like that, because that was, you just get the worst of the situation. Do you know what I mean? If you do what I did there. So we're always learning. That's trading, unfortunately. You 100%. Never stop learning.
100%. That's one of those things.
It was tough. Especially like when you are watching like the move, like it hits you at break even, and you are watching it moving to your side. You call it a day. I think you didn't take any other trade after.
No, that was it. That's what I was like, no.
That's what most struggle, struggle in this part. And that's what makes the difference between, let's say, profitable trader and unprofitable trader. Is just this part. You miss a trade, or you hold yourself. Okay, it's tough. We get the same emotions like everyone, but just it's a matter of, you know what? Okay, tomorrow is a new day. Let's see.
If that recording had audio, we wouldn't be able to play that back, because at the end, I was just when I start seeing it going up, I was like,
it was that's just, so funny. That's so funny.
But
that's so funny.
It's all good.
So, should I go, Michael? It's okay, or should you?
I was just gonna say I see we got Robert on. What's up, Robert?
Hey, Robert.
That's hilarious, right? Because like I don't remember to record my screen like you guys do, which I'm still working on. I forgot to get that app from you yesterday too, Sam. So I'll get it from you today.
I'll type it in the private chat.
Okay, sweet. But there are, like, when I get on in the morning with my group and like a few other traders or whatever, and I record the Zooms, the same thing will happen sometimes, right? Where like, I'm like, yeah, I get a little too loud and language isn't as good as it should be. I'm like, oh wow, it was a little, you can tell that, yeah, that one got to you. Like the ones which you wait and you wait and you wait and it's happened, or you're like, you know what, whatever. And then it does exactly what you thought. You like, I know you.
Yeah, so that hurts more than getting stopped out. I don't know if it's the same with you guys, but that annoys me more than getting stopped out.
Yeah, I'd rather be totally wrong. Like, just I'm totally wrong. I missed it versus I was right, but too early with being right. So you end up being wrong, right? Because if you too early and something that goes against you and you're wrong, basically. Being too early is the same thing as being wrong, basically. Absolutely. But it sucks when your bias was correct and you just had to wait, or whatever the case may be. It's like, no, that one hurt. I feel like I got punched in the mouth. My lip is bleeding. But yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. But you can go ahead, Aymane. I don't got too much today. I just got one good setup. I want to go over to you. But yeah, you can go first.
Okay.
Got 150.
So let's start from the daily. So
okay.
I start the session like this. So first thing, okay, we touched this gap. We didn't feel all this gap. Okay. But one thing that's, because to be honest, I was waiting to sell. I had a lot of supplies here from yesterday. I will show it later. But I was ready to, if I got the confirmation, to sell. But and then I saw the daily, like we took here this previous week, and then the momentum was there. We are pushing. So I said, okay, let's wait at least for the NY Open and to see what we will get. Because I think until now, you know me, that's it's not just the zone, but I should see like candlestick, how it look like, and also like the volume and the footprint. So if we will go, let's say, to the 1 hour, we had a couple interesting area like of interest, some supply. We had this supply right here. And on the 30 minutes, we had this supply here. So I had this supply here, and I was waiting, let's say, okay, maybe my A+ setup will be early today. So I will see like high volume here, 15 minutes closure, and the 5 minutes confirmation with the delta also confirmation, some higher cluster, something like this. And if I got opportunity, I said I would take a couple of scalp to see how it will go. And then I have this supply right here. So and I had a demand here lower between the 1876 and 18727 to take buys from here, and anything like between here I could take just a couple of scalps. So this was let's say my plan. Plus one thing is we had red folder news. So for me it's like 70% or more, 60%, 65% of the time when we have red folder news, we have, let's say, the market tend to take one direction, just trending higher or trending lower. To be honest, I was more expecting it to trend lower, but I was open to also go higher because of the daily. If you remember the daily, we said I saw that we took this previous week and we are pushing. The daily still didn't close, but the momentum was there. So the 5 minutes, if we will go to the 5 minutes, and this is like one of a typical trade I take. You see here, we took this previous week here with this and close bullish. And if we will go to the 30-second, here on TradingView, I don't have 30-second. Like I will get my entry somewhere here. Of course, I will not hold, but it will be like a good risk reward. So I missed this trade. I remember I was also in a Zoom meeting, and I was like, then so and then I say just waiting all this move right here, I took the first scalp. I will show it. It was actually a sell. I took a scalp here. I waited for this candle to close, to open. I saw some heavy sellers, and I took a sell here. I tried to add here more and got at break even. To give it another chance here, and it's stopped me out, and then I call it a day. And the funny thing is, I got my A+ setup later, but I already locked my account. So I already locked my account. I cannot trade. So you can see here, like the trend, we are trending higher. So you see here, we took this previous week, close bullish. We had continuation. We close above here. We came back, and also on the footprint was looking really good on the delta. And then when we came back, I got the confirmation candle here. We took this previous week, close bullish. My entry will be somewhere here, and my stop somewhere here, and it will be like a risk reward of for me, I aim for 1 point something. So between here, I will be already closing, but I missed it. So let's show the recording, but like nothing really. It was a lot of just scalps. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Here, just waiting. It was a risky trade, to be honest. Here it is. Yeah. So took a sell here. Waited first for this 5 minute to open just to see the momentum. Same thing. Waited for the confirmation on 30-second. The same candle we took this previous week. Close here, and then we had continuation. So here you cannot see the execution just because I left NQ here in this chart. So the other one is MNQ. So yeah, so this was the first trade, and I was playing a little bit with the stop because I want to move as quick as possible because we are against the trend, because it was risky a little bit for me. So yeah, so here it plays out. I saw this big push. Let's see. Let's come back here. Here I changed to MNQ, and then it dumped. And actually it's funny because I took profit 1 second before it dumped. It went down because I had. Yeah, I had.
How do they know? How do they know this?
Yeah, I took 5 micros like at 10 points, and then boom, and I was like, damn. So it was a little bit like I was unlucky. But for me, like when those things happen, I know this is not my day, because it's like yesterday, like when everything like come together, like it's like a flow. I don't know how to explain it, but just you know that, okay, you took the first trade TP, second TP. Sometimes you exit, and so you know you are in the zone. But when those things, for example, this trade happened, I knew today, okay, today can be tricky one. So yeah, exit early, like after 10 points or 12 points, and then it dumped. So yeah, and then let's see, I added more position when I see, just I want to target this low right here, this 19,040. I see now at break even, and then I will see this closure of this candle right here. Waited for the next candle and add more. Add more here, and then I will add more, move it to break even, and then it will stop me out. So to not make things longer, let's see the other trade. It will stop me at break even. So here I will take, I don't know, yeah, here I will give it one other chance. It will stop me out, and I will call it. So just the same area, the retest. It went actually in my side, and then it will stop me out, because I saw now on the 5 minute that we took this previous week, close bullish, and then I realized, okay, maybe we could retest the 50% with this 5 minute candle and come back on. Also,
it's funny. Your where you shorted the market was the part where it was going against me, and I got out the market. We were on the opposite side.
Yeah. Now I realize. Like, sorry, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. So here, like when I was in the sell, I saw, because when the, let's say, the current candle, it took the previous candle. For me, like, it's 50-50, so it have to continue, otherwise we will flip and it will be a reversal. So every time when we take, let's say, the last candle low or high, I have always to be careful. Here I knew, like, okay, it will stop me out. There was the momentum, and then we will create a support and it will come back, and I said, yeah. So that's was it for today. But it was quite interesting day. I don't know if I should extend my let's say my hours of trading, but because I saw, and especially this week, like my A+ setup, sometimes like they came, let's say, after the lunch, but yeah, I have to check.
I'd say stick to what you're doing. I mean, what you're doing is working. The moment you start changing, I mean, like, again, today I started changing the way I trade by trying to hold it to my tape, and you see what happens. Like,
actually it's tricky. Yeah, you are right, Sam, because like in trading, especially, like I had a lot of memories about changing, because I stay, let's say, in the weekend and stay studying the charts, and I make some changes. And on Monday, like, okay, I feel good. I made the changes. I adapt to the market. The Monday, the markets hit me here because of the changes. And when I go back to how I was trading, oh, so I shouldn't make any changes. And this is the reality of trading. It's not like any other business or something. You even in changes, you should find the balance really to make the change. Don't jump to conclusion right away, because maybe it's just 1 week of, let's say, bad price action or something. So definitely so yeah, so again, let's talk a little bit just about the few patterns so of this week. So here, as you can see, just about the Asian London pattern, here you can see that the Asian session like was trending down, and then the London session, even before the NY session, like there was a bullish, let's say, bullish momentum, and we continue higher. So there was no pattern that I like to, let's say, to base my idea of like yesterday and Thursday. I think like just Asian session create a low and London respect the low and continue higher. Here it was like clear. That's why I was open to both sides. So I was open to both sides. Just one thing I was, let's say, a little bit worried about is to take sell is we took this previous week previous daily low. So yeah, that's it for the NASDAQ. Currently, I think before I finish, like we're in the supply. Yes, we could come back here to this high right here, but we will be still on a supply. Yes, if the daily close the way it looks, yes, we are closing inside the supply. But for me, like this is like a fresh, it could be a fresh demand zone. So we could break, there is high chance we could break this area right here, at least to come back to the 19,700, 600 level. So yeah, so no trades for me for tomorrow. I'm done for this week. And yeah, should we check before I buy? Let's check S&P 500. Okay. Actually similar, like
I still think we're going to drop soon. I think tomorrow will probably be a closing bearish day. I mean, initially I thought today would be bearish as well. The pre-market was quite bearish. Didn't close the gap. Got like halfway to the gap and closed it. And then when the market opened, we were already very bullish, and then we were above all the gaps in volume. So I was like, okay, must be bullish now, technically. But I still think we're going to be bearish. I think tomorrow is going to be bearish.
Yeah, yeah. For me, like just this candle, that it's like some okay. If we want to break this low, we have to take at least the high of this candle when it will close. I don't know if it's like here, like we took this high. So yeah, we will see. But definitely we are sitting in a supply. Like even on the S&P 500, like it's the same price action. We have this supply right here. So definitely it's a level to watch. So let's see gold. What gold did today? Okay, so I think we draw those levels yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, so gold uptrend. Let's see how this weekly candle will close. The daily. So we have this correction right here. So we went up how many percentage from here? Oh wow, 17%. Okay,
Ridiculous
quite
amount.
interesting.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's quite crazy. So we have a 6-7% retracement. Some good area of interest here. We have this area right here. We have this area right here. It's 1 hour demand. So some supplies. Let's see if we have some supplies. Yeah, not really. We have this supply here, but we broke it and we came back to the demand right here. So it's quite interesting. Gold also, the way gold is moving lately, like it's like a
monster.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like 17% move to the upside, 6-7%. Like some good movements. Bitcoin, last resistance for me. So if we will break this resistance, will be, of course, we will create all-time high again. So it was actually quite interesting move. Like okay, 25%. So for me, I have this supply right here. Let's see how the weekly candle, how the daily candle will close. So yeah, let's talk about some levels we have here on the Bitcoin. We have this demand right here, could be interesting to watch, and we have this 4 hour demand that I draw in yellow. But yeah, so of course, in my opinion, there is it doesn't make any sense to buy from here. If you didn't buy here and you took the risk here or somewhere here, there is no, for me, in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense to buy here from the top. So yeah, so that's it. Last thing is GBPUSD. So we talked yesterday. We all agree, I think, about GBPUSD. That's what we had like a yeah. So and it did exactly like what we thought. Yeah. So we had this double bottom here, and we had this reaction. So now, yeah, we could come back, break it, but we already got this reaction here. So yep, that's it for me, guys.
Very good. Where's Andre?
What did he say?
I said, where's Andre? He's always, he always wants to know about the pound. He was in here earlier. Whether he's in here right now, I'm not sure. But hopefully he took our advice and yeah, made himself a nice bit of profit. Who knows? Who knows?
Nice.
Michael, would you like to?
Absolutely. Let's see what we got going on. So you ended on GU. I will start on GU. Because this one was interesting to me today. I almost took this, but then I saw that this isn't fully right yet for me, right? And reason being is, now if you guys notice, I took off that drone that I had. But anyway, once again, as always, once this 5,200 crosses, right, we know we're looking for 5,200 cross. Right, we know we are in level 2, right, and then we're looking for M's or W's off the 200, right? Now the thing about this is super close, and I almost took this, but what I don't like about this is, oh, and we have our reload too, right? So we got our outside the band, we got the inside the band, we got this reload that I was talking about. Market baseline went below the static, and if you look at it now, it's starting to curve up like this wants to go up. So almost everything about this is pretty much accurate, right? The only thing I don't like about this is, for me, oops, make this right here. This is not a real interaction off this 200 EMA. I want to zoom in as far as I can. This one little touch to this 200, that's not really it. Like I want to see this do more like interaction off this. Like when I say touch it, I mean actually touch it, like have real interaction, not just this one little ping. And if it is, it would need 2. Like I would need maybe one of these 2 to touch it as well, not just one. Because I just don't believe. And in fact, if you really, really look at this, this didn't even touch the 200. It came really close to it, but it didn't actually touch it. So to me, this isn't it just yet. Like I still want to see it actually touch this 200 EMA and then go, right? But I do have this set up here, as you can see. This is a nice 1-for-1 to this area here, right? Simple, nice. And I do have an alert here too, just saying, look at this. Just in case I do come back and say, you know what, I'll throw a quarter or a half on it or something. But for me, this is really not ready yet. I'm thinking, and what I would like to see, this is my if-then scenario. I would like to see this actually set up. And if you think about this, this happened at 12 o'clock, right? This technically, this candle right here, I'm gonna make this red, green. This is technically the confirmation candle, technically. Because for me, this is the only candle that after this, like after we got all of this move that closes, that was a nice real candle that closed above this 50, right? So these did, like if you look at this candle, not really. This happened at 4 o'clock in the morning anyway. And this kind of just sat around here, like for what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, 7 hours nearly, 8, 9 hours nearly. So now all of that is iffy, especially after it didn't touch the 200. But this green confirmation candle right here, now this is nice. This is a nice shift candle that I'm actually looking for. It closed above all of this. So in this one candle, right, and even the one before it, this red candle that came down, dipped below the 13, probably activated orders going short. The very next candle came up, closed above all of that. These 2 candles right here are very nice. Very, very, very nice, right? So I could almost justify taking this. It's obviously late to take it now, too late in the day. But I would actually really like to see this come back down here and actually touch this and then go, right? And an actual touch off the 200 EMA, right? Not just this fake touch that it kind of did. And maybe this happens in London, right? Maybe it happens in London, maybe it doesn't. If this just runs without me, I mean, that'll suck, but that's just kind of part of the game. And even now, right? It looked like it's trying to go ahead and go now. Like this is a tricky one. Like it's so close. And typically when it's super close like this, when I'm kind of not sure, I don't touch it. I just don't even touch it. And then something else that I kind of don't like either is the fact that this technically in today, the targets would be this blue tracer right here and its ADR. That's not far from it at all, right? It's like almost a third, right? So this could totally just blow right past all of this. And if it closed above this, man, I sat there and watched this whole thing and didn't jump in it. And then at that point, then it will be going here, right? But let's say if it did close up there, he could easily put this below the swing, right? Whoops. And then go ahead. Hey, what's happening here? What in the world is happening right now? Why can't I grab this? Okay, I don't know. Oh, you know what it is? It's this wait, what in the world? All right, I'm gonna take this off and just add it back on because I don't know what's happening. Yeah, you could at that point put this above here, and then you can put this stop below that last little red candle there. And then you can take this and let's see what this will look like. Yeah, now we're looking at a 1, 1, and a 3. I will be one of the two, right? I will want to see this close above this, like I just said, this blue tracer here, and then this will be like good to go, right? Stops below here, this last one, and target up here to this blue tracer. Or how I just mentioned, I want to see this come back down and actually touch this 200 EMA and then go, right? Close back above and then go. But right now, this is just too iffy for me. I feel like I'll mess around and take this, and then I'll be wrong, or I'll lose on it. I'm like, I knew I shouldn't have took that. This is just too iffy, right? Two major things. Once again, it did not touch the 200 technically. Like technically, it did, and that's the main thing for me. And again, just the way this looks right now, this is a little too iffy for my taste. We'll leave this here. See it play out. And either way, I would still want to actually see this close above. So I'm actually gonna make a note here and just put close above. BT for me is blue tracer. Right. So one of those two. And then I would like to see one last one, put something right here too. I don't want to say touching 200, right? And this is my actual thought process. So like, I won't, whatever would happen on this, I really wouldn't miss it. Well, I shouldn't theoretically, I shouldn't miss it. But yeah, so GE was a little iffy. I really couldn't tell. Like, again, I just really don't like how this didn't touch the 200, but everything else about this trade looks great. And as you guys know, I've been saying this for the longest that I wanted this to do exactly what it did. In essence, come down, make this move off this 200. Whoops. Seeing that the 5200 cross, right? The next move, as I was mentioning, would be some type of move or pattern off this 200 EMA. So been looking at this for a minute. And this is that art of trading, right? Like you've been looking at this for a minute, and then it gets to the nitty gritty, and then sometimes you're like, wait, that's still not technically all the way right. Like this is, it's close, it's super close, but it's not technically all the way here. So yeah, not too sure about GU. I'm just leave these alone here. And then moving on over to GJ. Yep, so we had this same thing from GJ yesterday that I said I'll leave here as well. Now, same thing. This did not come down and touch this 200 EMA, right? It actually just stayed up there, which is not it. I can't take it when it's like that because there's no real definition. So GJ was nothing at all, right? We had everything else though. I mean, we didn't have anything else, especially the reload. Like we were expecting the market baseline to go below and come back up, which obviously it never did. So I didn't spend much time looking at GJ at all. What else? Oh, I'm still in this Bitcoin trade, right? Still sitting here on this daily. You know, we got some down over here. Not horrible. I mean, at 87,000. So somewhere here. Wow. I'm just waiting. I'm paying this swap every day. Bitcoin's a little bit different. I normally never hold trades to the next session, but Bitcoin's a little bit different. So I'm just hoping to see what it will actually do.
How you're able to hold it that long, I have no idea, man. That's a superpower, that is.
So this one is even funnier, right? Check this out. Because I took, not EG, I took UCAD today. I'm actually still in UCAD now. So this is even funnier, right? This is the superpower right here, Sam. So I took this earlier today.
Oh, I see it already.
Yep. You see, this was gorgeous. There was only one thing wrong with this, but everything else was fine. And I ended up putting a smaller position on it because of this one thing, right? So we know when we got this 1350 cross, we're in level 1. And it's so funny that I draw the same stuff out every day, every single day. And it's for it to play out on the charts. Like it's something to this, right? This is what I call the actual cycle dog. So 1350 cross, we know we are in level 1. And then we're just looking for that bounce off the 50 in that sense, right? So as soon as we get this move right here, you see it crossed, it ran up. Now, this was the part that I didn't like. You guys know I always mention that I don't like it when it touches the 200 like this. That I don't like. So I ended up only putting half of my position on this move because of this right here. And I think the only reason that this happened, and I don't know if this was news or something, but this candle, this huge green candle that just ran up in one move, it seemed a little generic. Like it wasn't fully in there or something. So, and then the way it pulled right back off of it. So typically I wouldn't take these, especially not with a full position. So I even though I did take it, I put only a half of it on, right? So once this pulled back, soon as this touches the 50 EMA, which is right here, all I need after that is that close above the 13 EMA, which is this candle right here, this green, right? And it was a nice shift candle, little to no wicks, no wicks on the bottom, no wicks on the top. That to me signified that that was everything, right? Now, they got me a little bit because this next candle, right, it just stayed above the 13, so nothing here. Now, this last candle here, this green, this red one that kind of went down, any other time, if I would have seen this, I would have added another position. But seeing that it already touched the 200, I wasn't fully confident in it. I didn't add another position. And what happens? Boom! The very next candle blows all the way up here. I was like, oh, they got me with that one.
Yeah.
They got me with that. Because any other time, again, I would have added it, and that would have been up double from there. But once it got to that point, once this touches the 200 EMA, because this is the point where I'm expecting price to start bouncing off of, I moved my stop to break even, and I took off a half, which is a quarter, because I only had a half on. And I let the rest ride. I'm actually at break even now on this. Yeah, it's only up $35, but as you see, my price was still priced at 61. My stop loss is at 65. So I'm at plus 4 to cover the spread. And I'm just hanging on to it. So when you talk about superpower, I already took some off the table, and I'm still in this trade right now, just chilling. I don't even.
That is a superpower.
Obviously, I'm gonna close this at 355 no matter what, because I'm not gonna hold a Forex pair over to the next session. I will only do that with Bitcoin. But yeah, maybe this will come back, take me on at break even. Maybe it'll go up and give me a little bit more profit. But honestly, either way, I'm fine with it, whatever it does. And to me, speaking of, right, I think this builds that muscle in a weird way. Because I remember for the longest, I could not hold trades for nothing. I could not hold it. But it's like the longer I hold it and the more times I do it, it just gets easier and easier and easier and easier to actually do it. Because right now, the old me will be like, no, I'm gonna just close
maybe
it. Maybe
Michael,
$35 or whatever it is. The last
maybe
$50.
Maybe you should wait for Trump dinner. Trump is having dinner today.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right, Aymane.
You told us last time you are not lucky on like these events. Like you never get lucky on. Maybe this time exactly this is the one.
This is exactly why I have to be at break even. Because if I wasn't, I would close it. Because what'll happen is I end up losing. And it'll be the weirdest thing. Like just how Sam got out earlier today with that weird trade to the point, how you closed your position right before it dumped. my version of that is this. Is that exact thing. If I stayed in this and wasn't at break even, for some reason it will automatically get me. I can't even recall a time that it actually worked out for me. And even if it did, it's so far and few in between that I don't remember. I only remember the other ones. I'm like 80, 85, 90% that this does not work.
Yeah.
So I just don't do it. For me, my number one thing always is I want to get that risk off the table. Like, follow my process, get the risk off the table, and scrape up some, right? Because literally, guys, I've passed prop firms and challenges countless with getting taken out at break even, which is just taking off partials, right? Partials. Obviously, some of them hit TP. You know, I make 1-2% off of it. Every now and then, it's that crazy trade where I get 2.5-3%. But a lot of it came from partials. Like, it just works out that way for me. So I'm a partial guy. I'm taking something off of this. Because at the end of the day, you gotta leave. You gotta pay yourself, and leave. We sit here all damn day, so I gotta leave with something. I can't just not get anything. But
that's the thing with trading. There is no right or wrong. Like, just for example, partial works perfectly for you, but for me, like, no way. No, sorry. Partial works for me also, but for some, like, I never saw some.
Yeah,
I'm either all in or all out.
yeah. For me also, it works for me, like partials. But what I want to say about break even, sorry, but like break even, I know some traders, like, they never put break even. I talked one time with one trader, and he explained it to me like this, like if you think about it with probabilities, like, if you you divide your probability to 3, like, or he like more like 50-50, because when you count also break even, it's become 33%. So he said, okay, for me it's better to be a 50-50 probability than 33.
I can see that.
But again, like, there is no sorry.
That only makes sense if you're literally flipping a coin to enter, right? So in terms of probability, if you're just closing your eyes, flip a coin, if it's heads you buy, tails you sell, then that probability would be true. But if you genuinely have an edge, right, in the market, like if it goes to, like, breaks a high, breaks a low, something to do with structure, the probability does then, it's not like just random then. Do you see what I mean? There is actual there is reasoning, because everything happens. Yeah, like everything happens in the market for a reason. I always rejected when people are like, oh, the market, it's just chaos. It does stuff. And I'm like, no, there had to be a reason it just did something, right? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't just do something out of randomness. Yeah. If there were 0 people participating in a market, it would just do nothing, right? Do you see what I mean? So there is like an action that creates the reaction. And if you can't figure something out, that's just because you haven't come across the reason as for why that happened. Do you know what I mean? And you're never going to know 100% all the time, obviously. But like, if you work out enough of it, then it's not down to probability so much anymore. So putting it like at break even, once it achieves a certain like checkpoint, then it's not anymore like there's logic towards that. Does that make sense? I mean, it's really hard to explain, but
No, for sure.
I totally understand. Like, when you have an edge, like, there is more variable. Let's say it's not like 33 or 50-50. There is more variable to it, and it depends also on your edge. For me, like, I take partials, break evens. Like you said, it's an edge. You see, it broke the high. So for me, I am scalper. If I don't go break even, I am watching it. So it doesn't make sense. So for me, partials, break even, I'm a big fan.
Yeah. And it's also in a thing where, like, right, because I like to look at it as, in that moment, how can I say this? So I think the question would be, right, like, you wondering in that moment, you're wondering, do I hold on to it? 1, right? Do I close it? 2, do I take partials? you know, 3. Like there's 3 different scenarios that can go on. To me, this approach allows you to do all 3 of them. There is no guessing which one to do. I'm 1, taking my risk off the table, so I can't lose this trade anymore. 2, I'm moving my stop. I'm taking some partials off, so I achieved the goal, which is I got paid. Is it as much as I want? No. Or the full thing? No. But who cares? I still got paid, right? And 3, I'm still in the play if it decides to keep running. So to me, you get with this approach, you kind of get the best of all 3 worlds by doing it this way. And another thing about that is this allows you to let your winners run, right? Because there's been times where this thing has just been going and going and going and going. And in those times, before I implemented this, I wasn't in the trade. And I'm like, man, like I can't believe, you know, it went for, I did a 1 for 2. It smashed my TP and this thing went to 1 for 4. Like how can I get that other 4? And I get you're not going to get that every time, but to come up with a strategy or a mechanism to be able to capitalize as much as you can, you know, I think it's super important.
100%, yeah. And
if you look at this, right, even to move my stop loss to break even at this exact point when it touched the 200, that's basically exactly where it went. Because this is the next, let's say, liquidity level or bounce point that it would bounce off of this. Right. So I can't always, of course, I want it to go all the way up here, but it's like I'm buying insurance almost in a way. Like, So yeah, it's to me, because it's been plenty of times. And like, just matter of fact, let's talk about yesterday. Remember when I explained yesterday, I took EG, right? I told y'all I took EG yesterday, and I got to, what happened? On the 15-minute chart. We took this on the 15. So when this move happened yesterday, remember I told you I was distracted and it got to break even, and I moved it to break even, but I didn't take anything off of it. And what happened? Boom, this thing came back, took me on a break even, and I didn't even make any money off of it. So that to me happens more times than not. Whereas like I got to take something off. So when this does happen, now granted, this didn't break the high, so I was able to take this again. But let's say that didn't happen. Let me take all this off. This distracted me. Let's say this did break the high, and now for me, this trade would be no lower in play. So you can't get back in this, right? Yeah. And this happens a lot. I wanted to go down to a certain point, but that did not happen.
Yeah.
And if you don't take partial,
do you have an idea? Sorry to interrupt you. Like, do you have an idea of like how many trades like it hit your break even? Let's say in 100 trade, how many trades the price hit your break even and then it went to your direction? Did you
like 35-40% of the time that'll happen?
And like if you calculate it, like if you took the break even of something, like the result will change, or it's
because what ends up happening, because so I've gone through this mathematical equation too, right? Because if I take the break even off, and at that point I noticed I was getting a lot of scratches. Now I wasn't getting stopped out, but a lot of the times I would have to close the trade, right? So let me point this out. Once this candle closes here below the 13, well, dang, you can't really see it. Let me zoom in. So once this closes here, right here, below this 13 EMA and the 50 on this particular one, I'm short, right? Now, once all of this happens, the only reason that I would close this trade is if one is 355, or let's say it just ran into my TP before I moved it. But I would have to get out of this trade once it comes back the other way, which is this candle. So yeah, my stop was all the way up here, right? But I had to close the trade right here, and I took like a small scratch. I down 2, 3, 4, 5 pips on this trade because I didn't move my stop loss to break even. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And this happens quite a bit. So for me, I'd much rather take a break even and damn, I either missed the move or I moved my stop loss to break even or whatever, versus taking these small scratches. Because this also affects my hit rate, because technically I lost this trade. even though
and you re-enter or not? Like you have in your trading plan, like you could re-enter if you saw something, or?
Yeah, it would still have to be in play, right? So say, for example, like this one is still in play because it didn't break this high. So the fact that, so let me draw this out. So this M here, right, how this went down, if this point right here would have came up and broke this high right here, it's dead. You cannot re-enter this trade. But as you see on this particular one, it didn't. It only came up to here, right? So once this came back over and this candle closed back below the 13 again, you can re-enter this trade right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like same for me also, I prefer go break even and then wait if I see something, then re-enter again.
Yep.
But not more than 2 times.
Because a lot of the times for me too is when I take the trades, right? Like it'll be up pretty big, like pretty quick. Like, how can I say? Within 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, I should be at break even. So if it's not like that, now something might have changed, or I'm not liking this that much more, and I need to move my stop to break even, because at that point, this thing's about to turn around, right? Like it's typically finna turn around, and it's not finna work out in my favor. So I just like to take that risk off the table. That's my main thing. Take the risk off the table, and I'm protecting my capital, and I'm protecting my hit rate. Like I don't want to take small scratches, a whole bunch of little scratches that end up to like losses, and then my book look crazy. It's like, yeah, you lose a lot, or like, you know, your hit rate's little, when I didn't have to do that. I could have easily put it at +2 or +3, like, you know, how I do here, right? Because I just like to cover the spread. Once I took something off the table, I cover the spread 2-3 pips, and that's it. And like this scenario now, I'm just hoping, well, I'm just in this USD CAD trade until 355 comes. I literally, whoops. Oh, yeah, we here. I almost don't even care what happens to this. Like whatever it does, it just does. If it comes down here and takes me out, that's it. I didn't lose any money on this trade. I made money in this trade, and I still had another position on just in case it decided to run back and go the other way.
Yeah.
Because I used to not do that, guys, and that used to be the craziest thing. Like it'll do it, and then like it'll go a little bit, and like I wouldn't take anything off the table, and it'll come back and take me on a break even. I'm like, damn it, I should have just took some off. And it sucks to be right on the position so many times, move it to break even, and then it come back and it doesn't go, and it takes you out of break even. And had I not moved it to break even, a lot of those trades I would have lost. So it's like, man, I'm seeing it, I'm doing the right thing, but something needs to be tweaked, and that tweak would start taking partials for me.
And like partials help also on psychology. Like some traders don't agree in terms of numbers. Okay, I agree with them, but some traders take it more about psychology. They prefer to take partials, so they put their psychology in a good place. So for me, I am more like, okay.
That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, because I'll be remiss if I didn't mention it. That's how I can hold on to the damn trade so long. If I didn't take anything off the table and my risk was still on, now that psychology part is there, was like, man, like I'm still in this trade. I've been in here for a minute. You know, I want to make something. My risk on the table. It's too much going on. If I move my stop loss to break even, I take something off the table. I really don't even care what happens. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is a perfect example. This trade literally went I got in, it went all the way up here, right? Like this was close. This was super close to actually hitting TP, really. Like this was pips away. Yeah. Does that suck? Yes, it sucks. It does. But that's part of the game. Like that's just part of it. This will get so close sometimes. Other times it won't. Now, in certain situations, I'm not just going to leave this right at break even the entire way. As this moves in my favor going to TP, I'll do it. But in this scenario, I couldn't. Right? Like you could have put this, let's say you would have moved this below the last candle, which is this green one. That wouldn't have mattered. It would have took, that's so close, it kind of don't even matter. That's like a 2-3 pip difference. I got it in at 60, 65. This is at, that's like 5 pips. I don't even care for 5 pips. I'd rather just leave it where it is, and hopefully it bounces off this 13 and goes back the other way or something. Right? But yeah, this happens. And now I will move my I wish I can give a better example. I will move my break even further and further in profit and trail my stop as it goes. And I'll just end up putting it below or above the last swing point in essence, which will be this green candle. Right? But as you see, this green candle happened. Let me take all of this off. This green candle happened, right? And then the very next candle was red. So I couldn't even put it. I couldn't really move it really, right? Like this next candle would have had to been green. Let me see. Like here's a good example, right? So let's say I got into this trade right here, right? Now, as this continues, so my stop was here at first. Let's do it like this. Let's say I got into this trade right here on this red candle. I'm gonna move this, turn this to red. Now, my stop was initially up here, right? Above the swing. Now, this going is going. Once this red candle comes in, all right, boom, I'm at break even now. I'm at break even. I'm not gonna lose anything. I'm taking something off the table. And as these red candles continue to go down, I will move this further and further into it. Then I'll move this to here, then I'll keep moving it, but it has to trend. It can't be the next candle like this one that just turned red, because it'll end up taking me out too quick. Because within this, I used to move my stop loss to break even too quickly, and then it'll end up taking me out and then running. So I try to give it a little bit of room to go, which will be a few consecutive candles. But as you see here, that didn't happen.
And you don't consider like there is a double top, so maybe we could like
like you mean double top and then short this?
Yeah.
Yep. So this is the exact trade where I say you cannot counter trend this trade. This isn't short. This trade is long. I'm not gonna short this trade coming out of this exact level, right? So when I got level 3 like this, and then I have this 1350 cross right here. This is even though this is a M, because I see this clear as day. Even though this M is like this is the exact time not to take this trade, because you're gonna see this as a double top and it's gonna go the other way. So on that, like that pattern that I always draw, right? Because it looks like it's gonna be that sometimes, and then it's not. So how can I say this? This point right here, right, is where we'll go. That's the one you want to be shorting at, right? But what happens is price will get right here. Let me move this down. Price will get right here sometimes, and people think this is a double bottom, and it's not. Just like this. This is not a double bottom. I mean a double top. Like if we was to inadvertent this, I can turn this around. Let me just do it the other way. Because one of the main rules that I stick to is you cannot counter trend trade coming out of level 1. This thing will smash you right to pieces. Right? Because this is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Right? Even in the same direction. Now, the only difference that makes that look interesting is the fact that right here, you see it as 1, right? But this could have easily been 2. Like this could have easily been a second leg, like let's say something like this. This could have easily went like this. And you think you finna short this? No. This thing's finna smash you to pieces. This wants to go the other way. This is long. As soon as you see this 1350 cross, this is to the upside. right?
Mhm.
And then just check this out too. This is something else. This 5,200 and these want to cross to go to the upside, right? You want to be looking for W's off of this price. This going to end up coming up here. You want to look for something like this going long. You don't want to try to short this. This is the exact time not to. If you was ever going to counter trend trade, don't do it right here. Because this is about to set the trend up for the other way around. It just looks like a double top. It's not though.
Yeah.
I point this out to traders all the time in separate scenarios. Like, oh, I saw the M off this. I'm like, no, that's not an M. This is to fake you out. That's purely to fake you out. And you can tell if you really look at this, right? Look how low this thing is. This is super low. You don't want to try to trade back into this low. You want to catch the move that's going the other way, going towards the 800 EMA. So you should be long on this, not short. I harp on this because this used to be me getting smashed, taking this trade. Like, yeah, I know it looks like this is a double top. Now, could this do something like this, right? And come on down and you short it, put stops up here. And I don't know, where would you put your TP at? Would be down there, maybe, I guess, one of the lows. Would that happen? Of course it can. This could be a reset, and it can continue to go down like that. But you don't want to jinx that or chance that. Because the probability is not on your side right now. It's actually going the other way. Like, look how far away the 50 EMA and 200 EMA is over here. Right? Like, look at these two EMAs. That's a lot of distance. You see this distance is closing. It's getting closer and closer. This is going to get closer and closer. It's going to cross, and it's going to cross to the upside. That's what's about to happen.
Yeah.
And then one last thing too is, right? So something else that kind of mess you up too is you're looking at this, even if you're looking at the TDI, you're like, oh, this is creating a reload, right? You got the outside the band, you got this inside the band. This is creating a reload to go back down, right? It sure looks like that, but that's not necessarily the case. This market baseline could be doing just this, right? And next thing you know, it's going all the way up here, and it never gives you the reload because this thing isn't short. I mean, it's not short, it's long.
It's your pair, so definitely, like, for me, when I see it like USD CAD double top, okay, sell.
Yeah. So even adding to it, right? So you can even put more context into this. We can look at the 4-hour chart. Look how low this is. You see this market baseline going up at this point, right? Like, this is going up. The last thing you want to do is try to short this. You about to short it nearly to where? Like, your target is probably going to be here, right? The lows, right? Somewhere right here, probably. And you got to hope that it goes there, because at the end of the day, this is already really, really, really low. How I always say, I don't trade level 3. This is level 3 for you right here. You see this huge W? Look at this huge, funny, ugly W. That you want to take the move like this, going long, be right here. You don't want to try to short this back into that.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it on USD CAD. I don't really have nothing on gold. I was looking at it for a minute, but this thing just looks. There's no telling what this is about to do. This is actually getting a little ridiculous. So I'm gonna take these off. I did look at this quickly earlier today because of this, right? As always, the next move, once that crosses, is that move off the 200 EMA. So we got this first leg kind of put in. We don't really have a second leg. It looks kind of funny, right? And then we also have the reload, right? So market baseline going below the static. It's already turning back up. It does want to do this, but we want to see a cleaner, a fresher move than that. Like come back close and then close up there. Then it should be a nice one, right? You can target high to be all the way up here, right? Even up to this high. So this won't be bad later on, but I want to see some more motion on this one. GU and gold are just in this very funny place that if you make the wrong move, it can get you. So yeah. Yeah, I want to see something like this on gold, right? Because again, the patterns here, once again, got the 50 or 200 cross. The next move it wants to make is that pattern off the 200 EMA with the reload. And it's happening. We just got to wait a little bit more, right? And the main thing is you want this to close above the 50, but you, how can I say this? Remember I mentioned this W pattern looks like this. That's a W, right? But if it looks like this and that don't come back around, that's not really a W. That's that what I would call a half a bet, right? So on, I'll do it like this. On this particular move, you can take it right here. But on this one, when it's like this needs to close above here. So with that being said, it's either going to make this W move like this and come back down, and you can take it with the close above the 50 was option one. Or if it doesn't do that, I wouldn't touch this. It would have to make a move like this. You see, it's this quasi W. It would need to close above this structure at that point. And then you can take this, right? So whichever one happened, they'll both be in play, right? But as long as this still makes sense, let's see what it would be. Oh yeah, that's still good. So $1.35. That's good. But yeah, one of these two things would need to happen. And I would prefer it actually does come back down and makes it the second leg to the 200 EMA to actually be able to take the W and not the half a bet. But if that doesn't happen, remember, price would need to close. It can't close above the 50. It needs to close above here to take this. Because if you try to take it when it closes above the 50, it could easily be like, it could easily close above here and be like, I got you, and then come down and make that move and then come back up. But the chances of it closing above here and then doing all that is not high at all. So, I feel like that was a whole rant for me. I think I'm done.
Yeah, it's interesting. No, it's really interesting. Let me, if I can show again gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
We all love gold. Michael's wearing some gold there. Are you gonna, now that gold is up so much, you're gonna cash out on the chain,
you know?
make a profit?
Exactly.
Yep.
Let me bust my jewels out.
So just I saw just on in terms of structure. So in terms of structure, gold like on the 1 hour. Let me see. So we're creating this. Let's say this is the retracement on 1 hour time frame. So this is the first break. So we are testing now this demand. We could get a failure here because, like, if we are talking, let's say pure structure, we need to see like another break at least. Maybe to go higher. Of course, the market will not act perfectly like I draw it here, but like the idea is okay. But the idea is, in terms of structure, we broke just one time.
Yeah.
So we could have something like, okay, we broke here. We could weak again this high, fail to break, and come back again to this demand to see. We have to see today, Mr. Trump, what he will say. If he said something maybe about the war or something, maybe the sentiments will change. So yeah, and this is one thing. Like, it's interesting. We still have time to talk about like the way this last day the sentiment is changing from the tariff to firing Powell, and it's quite interesting how they are playing with the market. Like before, it was okay. There is pause in tariff. You see some big jumps, and then now you see some like 5%, 6% move because he is not firing Powell. What do you think, Coach Sam and Michael?
They're making their money. They're making their money.
Man,
think about how many people, right? If you had the ability to move the markets based on certain things you want, certain things you say, how many people in your professional or personal life would be like, "Can you just say this? Do you know what I mean? Let me know when." If people believe insider trading doesn't happen, they're living on another planet. Of course it happens. It happens all the time.
Yeah. And to be totally honest, it's kind of something that's not the easiest thing to prove either, right? Well, so with that being said, these guys, in my honest opinion, man, they are just getting their friends money, right? Before they just take this whole thing to a whole new level, right? Mm-hmm. Like you just said, tell them, just say this and just be ready for this. Because we all seen American greed and all these stories before. Like this happens all the time. It's actually something very hard to prove.
Yeah. And even when it's really obvious, even then, nothing ever happens. Mm-hmm. So,
the guy this thing just happened the other day, right? With the not the other day, but a few weeks ago with the 90-day pause, right? Where the guy bought 596 call contracts and made like $40 million in like 2 hours. Who is this guy? Do we hear anything about him getting arrested or anything? No.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're in that circle, you'd be very rich. Absolutely.
And even so, just to touch back on it, right? The show Billions that I'm always talking about. The guy in there, the main character, this is how he got super rich. He inside trades. But what he does is he keeps himself so insulated that you kind of can't nail him on that because technically he didn't say that. You know what I'm saying?
It's an interesting movie, like the Billion, like the inside trading. I watch it also. It's really interesting. Like
he said, "How certain? What's your level of certainty?" I am not uncertain. He kind of didn't say it. Like he walked right up to the line, but he didn't cross it.
Yeah. Hey, it's a trading strategy at the end of the day, right? I'm sure there's people out there who probably go on dating apps and stuff and try and target people who work for big companies, big public companies, and try to get inside info about mergers and whatnot so they can buy. But I guarantee there's people out there who do crazy stuff like that, go to that kind of level to get that insider knowledge so they can buy a stock or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
That's all you need sometimes, that one little piece of information, right?
Absolutely.
Even on the movie Wall Street, Blue Horseshoe loves Anacott Steel, hangs up the phone, right? Like, wow. Wow. Yeah, I've seen all the movies like that from with the inside trading and the Big Short and this and that, margin call. I've watched all of them. And when I tell you they're all pretty similar, and it's amazing how they play the game at such a high level and barely get caught, to be totally honest, a lot of the times. Even when you look at the 2008 crisis, right? I think they arrested like 2 people. Out of all of that went on, 2 people, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
These people got friends in high places. They're shaking hands, covering each other's backs, money, power, and influence. That's what it is.
It's although like everyone would know, it's very hard to prove in a court of law.
It's
you know what I mean?
It is
because in order for it to be proven, is that you have to actually have some evidence that someone told you, or you knew about certain facts before they were public, and how you, unless you got a recording device on you or something at all times, do you know what I mean? How are you going to prove that? It could just be luck. Hey, I just happened to buy this stock. I just happened to. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
And a lot of the times, what they do is, if they do know the piece of information, they will get their guys, their quants, whatever, who work for them to justify the move. They'll come up with all of this research, all this paper, and they basically re-engineer the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, prove to me, why did you buy this? When someone does come knocking and saying, like, you know, why you bought it or you shorted it, they have all the pertinent information that they need to give them, because that's part of CYA, covering their butt to do it all.
Personally, I think anyone within government should just not be allowed to trade. End of story. Just like if you work for a big company, generally speaking, you're not allowed. I mean, you're allowed to like own shares and stuff, but you're not allowed to. Certain restrictions of what you can and cannot do, right? Especially if you're in the know-how and stuff. Like you can't. Do you know what I mean? Because that would be inside trading. So, yeah, I think you just can't. You just shouldn't allow government officials to be trading.
Yeah, I agree. But when you see like Nancy Pelosi portfolio,
yeah. Best trader in the world.
Best trader. Right. I am sitting for 2 hours, maybe some traders sitting for 6-7 hours, like looking into the chart, losing like hair. Nancy Pelosi just
it's either inside trading or she has a time machine. It's one or the other. You know what I mean?
Or a crystal ball.
Yeah,
inside trading, time machine, or crystal ball. It has to be one of the three.
Yeah,
it's funny.
But I think they will never change it. Like
there's too much money involved.
Yeah.
Too many people are getting too rich. Too many powerful people are getting way too rich of it. They'll never change it. Of course not.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Now the thing that's shocking for me a little bit is the new administration, like Trump, and when he created the meme coin and he went to this road, I said, man, it's a little bit. It's not looking that good. Yeah. So and he hate the SEC, like SEC. Is it the SEC? He hate them. He hate them. He don't want them to make new regulations. So
yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's sticky. It's super sticky.
YouTube. Don't.
They got this scenario where, like, just like you said, you would think that somebody in that position. How does the president have a meme coin? I don't even get it. Like, you would think that those two things can't happen, but this is 2025. Right?
Nothing surprises me anymore. Honestly, nothing surprises me. Like too many crazy stuff happen now, and you just I don't know, man. Next. I shouldn't say that, but we'll just move on.
Wait. Before you say that.
So, when I saw like he created a meme coin on Twitter, I said it's fake news. Like even like with the screenshots and everything, I said no, maybe something got hacked. But then I saw. Okay.
I thought someone just made a coin about Trump. I didn't realize it was actually commissioned by the Trump administration. That's what someone I found out. I was like, what? Yeah, I don't know. Because it is weird. A meme coin. Come on, man.
Yep.
America doesn't need meme coin. There's so many things to sort out when you create a meme coin. Come on, man.
Yeah. Trump meme coin and then Melania meme coin, and then I said, okay, that's enough. That's enough, Mr. Trump.
Guys, this is politics, so it doesn't matter whether you're left, right, centrist. It doesn't matter. Politics, you're always going to attract people who just like power and they will abuse their power. I never get into politics really. I wouldn't call myself left, right. I wouldn't. Just no idea. Do you know what I mean? But because politics, I always feel it's a dirty game. Regardless, you know, when you give a few select people so much power, are we really shocked when people abuse that power? Absolutely not. People are going to get rich of it. People are going to make their money. People are going to give their friends certain contracts. Do you know what I mean? The money's going to stay within a tight circle. It's always like that. But at least with trading, we have a fighting chance. The average person has a fighting chance. It's a bit harder for us. We have to do it the hard way. We don't just get a bit of valuable information and boom, we know what's going to happen. But we have a fighting chance, and we can, make a good life out of ourselves. And that's, it's all you can ever ask for, just a fighting chance, right?
For sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why you can't. I feel like it was like I just appreciate the fact that we actually have the skill set to do this, right? Because once you know all this craziness and going on, who wants to give their money to some fund manager, charge you all these extra fees, and got your financial life in his hands? Like, no,
I agree. But yeah, that is time.
Yeah.
So Michael, Aymane, again, absolute pleasure. Been really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
As
Michael,
always.
thank you very much, Sam. Thank you.
Of
Thank
course,
you.
of course. Well, I'll check you guys tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be on tomorrow.
Definitely. And
Yeah.
Robert, we did see your messages. Sorry, we didn't read them out. We ran out of time, but I did read your messages. So yeah, but hopefully see you as well tomorrow, Robert. And
yes.
everyone else watching as well. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.